borders. We share the same goal. Three founding countries united by one mission: cross-border cooperation in the wine industry across the Black Sea Basin. WINET Trade and Innovation in Wine Industry, a EU-funded project created to bridge two areas, digitalization and wine, by connecting wine stakeholders for an international exchange of experience. We are here today to celebrate more possibilities, more ideas, more changes. Together we transform the wine industry. Together we succeed. Common borders, common solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to WINET.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues and partners, I am very honored to welcome you today to the WINET conference dedicated to a wonderful, promising and complex world of wine growing and winemaking. We are gathered here today physically and in front of our screens to participate in the EU-funded cross-border project WINET, Trade and Innovation in Wine Industry. It means a lot for Moldova and for Invest Moldova agency to be the leading implementer of this project that has as its main objective to increase trade and cooperation in the wine sector between three participating countries, Moldova, Romania and Bulgaria, by creating a common network unifying over 175 representatives of the wine sector from the three countries. This network will facilitate cooperation between producers, sellers, local, regional, national public authorities, NGOs and other stakeholders by engaging them in common activities. The geographical position of all the three countries puts them near to where history was made thousands of years ago, thus the tradition of winemaking being ingrained in their people's identity. But since Moldova is the hosting country of this event, please allow me to tell you more about our people and about our wines. Moldova has over 145,000 hectares of vines, which actually means that the proportion of its land covered by vineyards is higher than of any other country in the world. Wine is one of Moldova's top exported products, ranking number 3. For Moldovans, wine is not just a product to export, but it's also a tradition transmitted from generation to generation. One of the most inspiring stories about Moldovan wine dates back to the century when Moldova was invaded by the enemy and Soroca fortress was trapped, thus soldiers starving from hunger. At that time, flocks of storks appeared and they fed soldiers with grapes. Revived soldiers were able to defeat the enemy. This legend inspired our graphic designers to create the logo Wine of Moldova, a legend alive, that serves as a basis to promote our country worldwide. Moldova also has a traditional wine day that takes place usually in October, and this event gathers millions of Moldovans and tourists from all over the world that can get to know the producers and the wines we are so proud of. Although hidden from the rest of the world for over 50 years, in 1991, when Moldova gained its independence, wine industry started to reinvent itself. In the last few years, Moldovan wines exports have increased steadily, and their structure by group of countries shows a clear reorientation towards the European Union. Being part of this fantastic project is an opportunity for Moldovan wine producers, for it does not only provide a very practical platform to create partnerships and engage in commercial relations, it also allows them to see how their peers from the other two countries organize their processes, what technologies and innovations they use to implement what seems most relevant for their own business. I want to heartily welcome you again to our event, and I wish you 2 productive days during the International WINET Conference. Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to the Deputy General Director of Invest Moldova Agency, Mr. Ion Iordache.
Doamnelor și domnilor, excelențe, stimați ambasadori,
Ladies and
stimați
gentlemen,
parteneri,
excellences,
bine ați
dear
venit la prima
ambassadors,
conferință
dear
transfrontalieră
partners.
în cadrul
Welcome to
proiectului WINET,
to
susținut
this
cu
cross-border
Uniunii
conference,
Europene.
WINET, Trade Innovation One
Proiectul
Industry,
WINET, al cărui
supported by
implementator principal este
EU.
instituția pe
The
care o
WINET
reprezint,
project,
are o importanță
implemented
deosebită nu
mainly
doar
by
pentru
the
agenția de
institution which I
investiții,
represent, is a
dar
special
pentru
importance
industria
not only
vinului
for the
și
Invest
pentru
Moldova
țară
Agency,
în
but also for
general.
the wine industry and
Industria
the country as a
vinicolă din
whole.
Republica
The
Moldova este
winemaking
unul din
industry
sectoarele
is
puternice ale
one
economiei
of the
naționale,
strong
iar
sectors
succesele
of the national
obținute în
economy,
ultimii
while
ani
the
de vinificatorii
successes
moldoveni pe
that
plan
we have
internațional
achieved in the
au
last
adus
years
țării
by the
renume
winemakers of
mondial.
Moldova have brought
Spre deosebire de
Moldova
alte
among
țări
the
mari
renowned
producători
countries
de
for
struguri
wine.
și vinuri,
Among the
Moldova
countries'
comercializează pe
large
piața internă circa
vineyard growers and
11% din volumul
winemakers,
total.
Moldova
Cel mai
sells
mare
on domestic
parte
trade
fiind
about
destinată
11% of their
exporturilor.
products, while the
Republica
largest part of
Moldova
the product is
exportă în
being
56
exported.
de țări,
Moldova exports
iar
to
în
56 countries,
2020
while in
volumul total a fost de
2020
circa
the total
136 de
volume
milioane
was
de litri de vin.
of about
În ultimii ani,
136 million
tendința s-a schimbat din
liters
vinuri
of
exportate în
wine,
vrac,
and
cantitativ și
the
masiv, în vinuri de calitate,
wine
îmbuteliate,
exported as
vinificatorii având
wholesale
drept scop principal identificarea și
was
penetrarea piețelor noi.
decreased, and actually
Punând
the
astfel accent pe
winemakers started
corespunderea
bottling the
vinurilor cu
wine
standardele internaționale.
and selling it on the
Proiectul
external
WINET oferă o
markets in line with
oportunitate unică
international
pentru
standards.
companiile din
WINET project
industria
offers a
vinului să
unique
stabilească
opportunity for the wine
parteneriate
industry to
de a
establish
face cu țările din bazinul
partnerships
Mării Negre,
and
România
trade
și
relations
Bulgaria.
with the Black Sea
În cadrul
Basin
proiectului au
countries,
fost
Romania and
organizate un
Bulgaria.
șir de
Within the framework
activități
of the
menite
project,
să
we have
ofere
organized a
acces
number
la
of activities
informații
aimed
privitor
at providing
la
access to information
tehnologiile
on
utilizate,
the technologies which are
strategiile de
being
promovare
used
și
as
comercializare,
strategies for
dar
promoting
și
and
despre preferințele, obiceiurile
and
și
sales
costumele
strategies, as well as
consumatorilor din
traditions
aceste țări.
and habits of the
Conferința de astăzi
consumers
este
in these
momentul
countries.
culminant al
Today's
proiectului
conference is
și
a
reunește
culminating
speakeri locali
point
și
in
internaționali,
this
care vor
project and brings
discuta pe
together
parcursul zilei de
national and
astăzi despre
international
subiecte de
speakers who will
importanță majoră
speak
pentru
today and
industrie,
tomorrow about the
cum sunt
major issues,
cooperarea și
major aspects for the
comercializarea
industry,
vinului în regiunea
such
bazinului
as
Mării Negre,
cooperation and sales of
controlul în
wine in the
sectorul
Black
vinicol și
Sea
instrumentele
region,
digitale utilizate în
the
acest scop.
digital instruments for
Marketingul și
control, wine
digital al
control,
vinului,
a digital market of the
enoturismul,
wine,
dar și despre
wine
rezultatele muncii
tourism,
depuse de
as well
echipa de
as the
implementare
results of
pe întreg
the
parcursul
activities and work
Agenția de investiții are
implemented
drept
by the
scop
team
susținerea
throughout the
producătorilor locali
So
în
the
eforturile
this
de
is
a
all
accesa
done to
câte mai
support
multe
local
piețe
producers
și
in
în
their
acest
effort to
context
access
ține
as
să
many markets as
felicite
possible.
echipa
And in
Agenției
this
de
context, we
Investiții,
would like to
echipa Camerei de
congratulate
Comerț și
the
Industrie
Invest Moldova
Stara
team,
Zagora din
agency
Bulgaria,
team, and
echipa
the
Camerei de
Chamber of
Comerț
Commerce and Industry
și Industrie
and
din
Stara
Tulcea,
Zagora
România.
of
Vă
Bulgaria
mulțumim.
and Chamber of
Pentru
Commerce and
eforturile
Industry of
depuse pentru
Tulcea, Romania.
intensificarea
Thank you for your
legăturilor de comerț
efforts.
între cele
Thank you
trei
for
țări.
strengthening
Vă
the
doresc
trade
2 zile
relations between the
productive și mari
countries.
succes.
I wish you
Mulțumesc.
2 productive days and have a great success. Thank you.
Romania is a strategic partner of a WINET cross-border project. Thus, it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Daniel Ionita, Ambassador of Romania to the Republic of Moldova.
Your Excellency, dear colleague from the Bulgarian Embassy, distinguished representatives of the EU delegations, doamne și domnule director general adjunct, dragi membri ai echipei de proiect, prezenți în site sau online, dragi beneficiari, onorați asistenți, vă mulțumesc pentru invitația de a participa la această conferință. După ce în urmă cu mai bine de un an am participat la evenimentul de lansare a proiectului WINET. În noul context politic de la Chișinău, este o excelentă oportunitate de a evalua ceea ce s-a realizat până acum în cadrul proiectului și de a urmări obiectivele propuse. Common Borders, Common Solutions, respectiv granițe comune, soluții comune. Este programului operațional comun al bazinului Mării Negre și consider că în implementarea acestui proiect, tocmai despre aceasta este vorba. Crearea unei platforme comune care reunește o sumă de actori din sectorul vitivinicol din 3 țări în bazinul Mării Negre, România, Bulgaria și Republica Moldova, în vederea unei mai bune cooperări pe tot lanțul economic, de la schimburi de idei, schimburi de informații legate de tehnologii avansate, prin cultura vizei de vie și producția vinului, politici de marketing și promovare, schimburi comerciale până la valorificarea potențialului turistic al acestei industrii și aici mă refer la organizarea în comun de târguri și tururi ale vinului. Vița de vie și producerea vinului au o tradiție atât de veche în bazinul Mării Negre, încât aproape că se confundă cu însăși istoria acestei regiuni. Cu asemenea istorie și tradiții în ceea ce privește cultivarea viței de vie și producerea vinului, această licoare mult cântată de poeții vestiți ai lumii, suntem convinși că azi pot fi create punți de legătură solide în beneficiul tuturor. Am constatat cu satisfacție multitudinea de activități realizate până acum în cadrul proiectului, evenimente online, webinarii, programul de schimburi și de bune practici, vizitele pe teren realizate la crame și producătorii de vin din cele 3 țări, preocuparea pentru identificarea unor soluții comune, inclusiv pe componenta de digitalizare a industriei. Pandemia ne-a schimbat tuturor obiceiurile, însă nu într-atât încât să nu mai apreciem calitatea unui vin bun, deși în această perioadă s-au organizat inclusiv degustări online. Unul din obiectivele proiectului este de a crea o rețea de peste 175 de actori din industria viniviticolă, producători mai mari sau mai mici, universități de profil, institute de cercetare, societate civilă, autorități locale și regionale. Azi am înțeles că vorbim de peste 100 de parteneri care au decis să lucreze împreună pentru a se dezvolta împreună, pentru a găsi împreună soluții fără frontiere. Deci, împreună este cuvântul cheie al acestui proiect. Faptul că vorbim de un proiect implementat în 2 state membre ale Uniunii Europene, România și Bulgaria, și un stat al cărui parcurs european îl susține în mod consecvent ca o prioritate de prim rang a politicii noastre externe, este remarcabil și ne dorim o apropiere din ce în ce mai accentuată, astfel încât Republica Moldova să fie conectată pe deplin și irreversibil la valorile și principiile care stau la baza Uniunii Europene. Mulțumim Uniunii Europene pentru susținerea acestui proiect. Și nu îmi rămâne decât să felicit echipa și toți actorii implicați în proiect și să le urez succes pe mai departe pentru a-și atinge obiectivele propuse. Mai mult, odată proiectul finanțat, fiind și finalizat, le doresc în continuare să continue și să se dezvolte pe mai departe acest fel de parteneriate, deoarece atunci când vorbim de proiecte cu finanțare europeană, o problemă reală este sustenabilitatea acestora. Ori, un proiect de succes nu se măsoară doar prin rezultatele imediate obținute, ci mai ales prin cele care rezistă în timp. Ca de altfel și un vin bun. Mulțumesc tuturor!
The EU-funded second strategic partner is Bulgaria. I would like to give a floor to His Excellency Mr. Evgeny Stoichev, Ambassador of the Republic of Bulgaria to Republic of Moldova.
Your Excellency, Mr. Daniel Ionita, Ambassador of Romania to the Republic of Moldova, dear Ion Iordaki, Deputy Director General of the Invest Moldova Agency, dear Elen, Deputy Director also of the Invest Moldova Agency, cher Monsieur Paul Roca, maybe he is online, le directeur général de l'Organisation internationale Vin and Wine, dear colleagues from the embassies, from the EU delegation, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure on behalf of the Embassy of the Republic of Bulgaria to the Republic of Moldova and on my own behalf to congratulate you on the opening of the Wine Cross-Border Conference, Trade and Innovation in Wine Industry. The wine industry in Bulgaria has a rich history, long traditions. Popular wine destinations are found almost over all the country, from the valley of Struma River through the Thracian lowlands, Sakar Mountain, the Black Sea coast, and the Danube Plain. The backbone of the wine tourism are small and medium-sized cellars, boutique cellars, with iconic wines, which offer presentations, the wine, history, traditions, food, nature of Bulgaria through selected wine tours with wine guide and special events such as participation in the grape harvest or 10 culinary events. Of course, wine lovers can enjoy a wide range of historical, natural, and architectural landmarks, as well as authentic Bulgarian traditions and folklore. For example, in the Thracian region, the Augustiada Wine and Cultural Heritage Festival is traditionally held in Stara Zagora, your partner from the Stara Zagora. The festival named after one of the ancient names of the city, Augusta Traiana. In addition to promoting the culture and historical heritage of Stara Zagora and the region, has established itself as one of the leading meetings of winemakers and gourmet from the Balkan countries. Unfortunately, the wine sector, as part of the tourism product, was also one of the hardest hit by the pandemic crisis. I believe, I am sure, that it is through cross-border cooperation that lasting links can be identified, promoted and established between representatives of various businesses in wine sector to create joint tourism routes, exchange experience in wine services, information and advertising campaigns in the interest of people and in order to promote the rich culture, historical and tourist, including wine, heritage of the countries of the Black Sea region. I wish you successful work at the conference. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my pleasure to invite on this stage Mr. Gintautas Baranauskas, Deputy Head of Cooperation from EU Delegation to the Republic of Moldova. Since WINET is an EU-funded cross-border project from the Black Sea Basin, it is financed through the European Neighbourhood Instrument with the logo Common Borders, Common Solutions. Mr. Baranauskas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ambassadors of Romania and Bulgaria, representatives of Invest Moldova Agency, state representatives, speakers, participants, colleagues, partners, dear friends. First of all, I would like to thank the Invest Moldova Agency, the leading partner of Black Sea Basin WINET Trade and Innovation in Wine Industry Project, for the organization of today's networking and dissemination event, aiming to strengthen trade and cooperation in the wine industry between Romania, Bulgaria, and the Republic of Moldova. While the structure and situation of the countries and their wine industries, wine sector varies between them, all three are united by a long history of cultural connections to wine production and its trade. Alcohol and non-alcoholic beverages were fourth in the foreign trade statistics in the Republic of Moldova in 2020. Also, Moldovan Republic of Moldova wine exports into more than 56, 70 countries. Romania was the first destination of wine exports in 2020, overtaking Russian Federation and Poland. And I would like to, in addition, to look at the EU-Moldova trade in a longer perspective. Since 2014, EU-Moldova relations are based on the EU-Republic of Moldova Association Agreement, which provides the foundations for political association and economic integration, with tangible benefits for the citizens of the Republic of Moldova. Since the introduction of a free trade area, Moldova exports to the EU has grown by 62%. In this period, wine exports to the EU was fully liberalized, which led to constant increase of exported volumes. The EU is the Republic of Moldova's largest trading partner and biggest investor in the country. In the 2020, it accounted for 67% of its total exports and 52% of its total trade. For this trend to continue and to benefit from more foreign investments, I cannot underline enough how important the business climate, legislative predictability, and stability, as well as rule of law, is. An independent and impartial justice sector with transparent and fair legal proceedings is also essential for attractiveness and a proper place for business in the Republic of Moldova. Overall, since 2009, approximately 20,000 SMEs benefited from EU support for access to finance, and 22,000 new jobs were created under the EU for Business programs. 350 million euros has been committed to programs promoting new access to finance since the end of 2016, and around 50% of it will be mobilized local currency lending. Also, around 700 kilometers of roads have been or will be rehabilitated in the Republic of Moldova thanks to EU support, as well as EU strongly support digital transformation and education. On 2nd of June 2021, the European Commission announced an ambitious economic recovery and investment plan for the Republic of Moldova. The Commission will mobilize up to 600 million euros over the next 3 years to promote investments in the Republic of Moldova and to support economic recovery from the COVID-19 crisis in the country. But now, facing directly today's meeting, representatives from the public and private sector, being aware of the common challenges Romania, Bulgaria, and Republic of Moldova are facing, how to address the pandemic, and it will be discussed in a number of today's panels, and how could cooperation be further strengthened in the region to improve competitiveness of the wine sector, including its positive impact on employment and development of rural areas. Some examples will be shared and debated here today, covering the analysis of trends from changing consumer preferences to digitalization, dissemination of good practices, and exchange of expertise in research and innovation, joint initiatives as well as regional wine roads for tourism. Nevertheless, one of the key topics might be a little bit missing today's discussion, and taking a bit broader view is on the sustainability of the wine sector, not only in economic terms, but also social and ecological. And we like to urge Romania and Bulgaria to share their strategies and experiences for greening the wine sector, with a strong orientation and inspiration of the European Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy. Located in the Black Sea Basin, ecological sustainability must be a shared concern. A new dimension of investment in water use efficiency, waste and wastewater treatment, soil fertility management, low input pest and disease control, and climate change adaptation will be required to sustain past and future investments and meet critical consumer demands. I am looking forward for today's discussions at the conference and sharing and networking, and I would like to thank you for your attention, and have a nice conference. Thank you very much.
Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry contributes with a crucial role for the industry's development and prosperity. Please welcome on stage Mr. Sergiu Gherciu, State Secretary from the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry.
Stimate domnule director al Organizației
Dear
Internaționale a Vin
Director
și
of the
Vinului,
International
onorați
Organization of
exponenți
Wine and
ai reprezentanților
Wine, honored
diplomatici acreditați în
representatives of
Republica
the
Moldova,
diplomacy that
stimați
is
colegi,
accredited to the Republic of
reprezentanți ai
Moldova, dear
partenerilor de
colleagues
dezvoltare
and dear
și exponenți ai
representatives of the
sectorului
development partners and
vitivinicol,
representatives of the
stimați oaspeți, am onoarea să vă salut din numele Ministerului Agriculturii și Industriei Alimentare la Conferința transfrontalieră cu genericul Comerț și Inovație în Industria Vinului, care are loc într-un format deja familiar pe fondul măsurilor restrictive impuse de situația pandemică, dar și cu o tematică determinată de conjunctura existentă ce ține de digitalizarea și promovarea vinului în perioada COVID, depășirea provocărilor crizei pandemice pentru sector, dar și cooperarea pe piața vinului în regiunea Mării Negre, cu accente sporite pe inovații din sector. Sectorul vitivinicol rămâne o ramură importantă, strategică a economiei naționale, iar importanța acestuia este vădită în ponderea în sectorul produsului intern brut, dar și valoarea vorbitoare a mai multor indicatori și rezultate pertinite pentru acest segment valoros.
Also the outcomes achieved by the sector, which has become a business card for the Republic of Moldova. Therefore, in the last years, the wine-making industry has
din volumul total a exporturilor este în jur de 8%.
The total volume of export is 8%, and already 150,000 people working in the sector. The Republic of Moldova is included in the top 10 exporters of wine,
cu un export considerabil în circa 60 de destinații în statele lumii. Republica Moldova rămâne o țară cu cea mai mare densitate a fotbalurilor din întreaga lume. Și, în ultimul rând, sunt atribuite 100 de distinții anuale la concursurile naționale și internaționale și multe altele. Sectorul vitivinicol se află într-un trend ascendent, continuând să cucerească piața mondială prin acțiuni de promovare, prin efortul sectorului de a fabrica produse de calitate, cu suportul comunităților donatorilor, dar și datorită politicilor statale promovate de-a lungul timpului. Prin urmare, reieșim din importanța sectorului în dezvoltarea economică, socială a țării, actualul minister îl poziționează ca un sector prioritar pe agenda de guvernare, urmând să se focuseze pe politici de consolidate care vor contribui la dezvoltarea dinamică, echilibrată, sustenabilă a tuturor componentelor acesteia. Astfel, la restructurarea și modernizarea sectorului vitivinicol, o contribuție valoroasă o aduc și partenerii externi de dezvoltare. Prin intermediul unor proiecte complete de asistență pentru filiera vitivinicolă, precum parteneri KBI, Guvernul Japoniei, Guvernul Suediei, Uniunea Europeană, dar și USAID, ultimul fiind considerat ca un catalizator de bază în relansarea și promovarea industriei vitivinicol, motiv pentru care ne exprimăm înaltă gratitudine. Bineînțeles că fiecare an își are particularitățile sale, iar așteptările la începutul anului nu întotdeauna se ascundează cu rezultatele planificate. Cu toate acestea,
they do not yield the expected outcomes. However, the quality of the wine of last year is exceptional, with a high maturation potential, which has good basis, good basis of exceptional domestic wines. It's not by chance that at international contests, our country had been appreciated with over 950 medals at these competitions. And of course, the activity of the wine growing and winemaking sector has its challenges. Its sustainable development and competitiveness of the wine products and on the main markets, the slow pace of the revival of the plantations with varieties of wine, and in this regard, the government, together with the academia, line associations and development partners, are trying to identify rational solutions which would reflect a number of policy papers in particular. So in the text of the new document for the development of the wine growing and winemaking sector 2020, it will contribute to the sustainable and ascending development of the winemaking industry as a strategic direction of the development of the country. And bearing all that in mind, the government wants to implement that in cooperation with the stakeholders, the private sector, the profile association, donor community, engagement of the National Office for Wine and Wine, as well as solid and constant funding from the state. And in this segment, the ministry continues to be a trustworthy partner in implementing state policies and in supporting all the actors in this area in order to overcome the challenges in this sector and to promote the image of the Republic of Moldova as a country with a history and a huge potential in this sector. Thank you for your attention.
With great pleasure, I present the next speaker, representing the Joint Technical Secretariat of the Black Sea Basin Program, Southeast Regional Development Agency from Romania, Ms. Anne Leganel.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So my name is Anna Leganel. I am the project officer at the Joint Technical Secretariat of the Black Sea Program located in Constanța, Romania. I have recently joined the team and I had the privilege to be designated as project officer for the WINET project, even if only for its last months of implementation. As an introduction, I would like to just say a few words about the Black Sea Program so that you may have a little bit of context. So the Black Sea Program is a cooperation program aimed at building and strengthening the links between countries in the Black Sea Basin and also to maintain the spirit of good neighborliness. The program mainly acts on two fronts. The first one is the promotion of business and entrepreneurship in the Black Sea region with a focus on tourism, agriculture, and also the connected sectors. And the second one is the promotion of a coordinated environmental protection with a focus on environmental monitoring and reduction of pollution. The program so far has launched 2 calls for proposals and 57 projects were approved, majority of them currently being under implementation. In terms of business support, the program portfolio exhibits an interesting set of projects aimed at piloting modern trading opportunities, creating innovative online platforms and networks, pursuing digital transformation in agriculture and related sectors. In terms of products promoted by the projects, there is of course the wine, but also tea, fish, and also herbs. As I mentioned earlier, I have recently joined the program, and while familiarizing myself with the WINET project, I noticed that the partners couldn't have identified a more suitable funding source for the project. The Black Sea program, through its specific objectives, offers the perfect framework for the implementation of projects aimed at increasing cross-border trade opportunities and promoting business and entrepreneurship in the region. The WINET partners took full advantage of this funding opportunity, not only to promote, but also to boost business relationships in the wine industry. The Black Sea region, although already somehow renowned for its wineries and wines, has an enormous potential which needs to be further explored, and a lot more can be still done in terms of international recognition, product placement, marketing, and promotion. We always say that we are stronger together, and this is exactly what the WINET project is trying to achieve, bringing professionals together, facilitating the establishment of long-lasting partnerships and increased trade opportunities to everyone's benefit. The networking and the exchange of experience and practices, even though regarded as soft actions, they generally result in upgraded skills and knowledge, which further on translates into improvements, advancement, implementation of innovative ideas, and ultimately to prosperity and welfare for the people. By creating a platform where professionals from the wine industry and not only can meet and jointly explore business possibilities and opportunities, I would say that the WINET project brings a meaningful contribution to the economic development and sustainable growth in the region. Thus, producers, local and regional and national authorities, distributors, resellers, business development agencies, and NGOs are already part of this network, and hopefully many more will join in the future. Having on board the representatives of both the public and the private sector, the network employs a holistic approach where all potential synergies are exploited with a win-win outcome in mind. Finally, as representatives of the funding instrument, we are happy and proud to be part of this project, and we are looking forward to the growth and expansion of the WINET network, as well as to its impact on the Black Sea region market, and not only. A step forward towards this goal is today's event, which is meant to strengthen the ties between the members of the network, but also to scrutinize the wine industry, to search for new, who knows, maybe groundbreaking promotion and marketing techniques, and also analyze the Black Sea region wine industry in the larger European and global context. I would therefore like to wish the participants fruitful discussions and exchanges, and for those who manage to travel to Chisinau to enjoy tomorrow's visit to the wineries. You may feel free to have a sip for all the online participants. So now, because I could not escape from attending another meeting today with the controllers from the program, I would like to thank Invest Moldova Agency and all the partners for the invitation, and I would like to excuse myself for the rest of the meeting. So thank you very much. Cheers.
We are moving on to a very important part of our event, and it is my honor to present our event's guest speaker, Mr. Pau Roca, General Director of the International Office of Wine and Wine from Paris, France, but accepted for the very first time in Moldova's history to have under the OIV's patronage a cross-border conference in which Moldova is the leading implementer.
Thank you. And I first want to congratulate the organization of this event. I want to say hello to everybody that is attending, with special greetings to the ambassadors, secretaries of state that I have seen on the screen, ministries, representative of other nations. I can see also in the panels that are going to continue Dr. Felicia Senza from Italy. I can see also Gergely Solnoki, which is a prominent expert in our groups. So I want to say hello to everybody and to congratulate for the organization. I think you all know OIV. It's an organization intergovernmental with 48 member states, but it has always been based on science and technology. And at this time, we are in a change and in a moment in which data science has become very important. So we need to include this science also in our way to understand the wine sector. The OIV, as you all know, began in 1924 with Pasteur's successors who invented modern enology And then there was the time for microbiologists, chemists, scientists of disciplines that today we identify as classic science. Towards the decade of the 70s of the last century, very good geneticists were incorporated who transformed morphological ampelography into an innovative ampelography for the identification of varieties by DNA. Well, it is important to maintain also morphological ampelography, but that was a move. So genetics was a very important change in the focus. At the end of the decade, a new microbiology was added for the access of fundamental microbiology. And on the following decade, towards the end of the 20th century, we experimented a change of scope in science, ecology. We moved away from the microscope and we tried to take perspective. We acquired the ability to analyze the vineyard, enology, and all the other science also in terms of balance, in terms of ecosystems, and economy also was part of it. And now we have this view that is taking us into evaluating the sector in terms of sustainability. But now we are in another moment, and we have a new discipline and a new area of knowledge that has come for the benefit of science and humanity, which is, with all the new technologies, we generate so much data that we have to have a new data science. And I believe that we are facing with new science, and we must incorporate this to transform also the wine sector. Expanding the influence of the OIV, reaching new horizons and targeting Asia, it's also another way of using data and data science, because digitalization, it's a new language. So let's take the idea that we have to universalize wine, but we don't have a universal language. Data science gives us a universal, digitalization gives us a universal language. So what are the benefits of digitalization? Digitalization has become a must rather than a mere choice in recent times. The wine sector must optimize their businesses if they want to continue making progress in an increasingly competitive and digital marketplace. The implementation of digital technologies throughout the value chain will help to accelerate the process of going digital for the sector as a whole. That's right. We have an accelerating factor by digital transformation. It's like an enzyme. It's like a catalyst. Digitalization and some of its components, and I'm going to mention especially blockchain, are perceived as a true revolutionary, even disruptive, because given its enormous capacity for traceability and transparency regarding the origin and elaboration of wine, and all through the value chain. On the other hand, in countries, so we have this to be developed mainly, paradoxically, where we have more traditional countries in which the notions of appellations of origin and producers' empowerment is there because of, for example, in the European Union, plantation rights. Digitalization becomes a tool, very important, to confirm this line of equilibrium in the value chain. So during this conference, you will be addressing those challenges, and I have seen that you're going to talk on traceability and blockchain or tokenization. I present my view on this area of digital transformation for the wine sector. And I insist that there is a big opportunity for wine, especially as I said, in distributed ledger technologies. There, we also have to think on smart contracts, because I think we can also follow up the terms of reference by smart contracts, by transforming it into smart. Maybe it's a revolution, but it's interesting to check compliance with a system of smart contracts. And tokenization. Tokenization is also part of the DLTs, but with tokenization, you can have a digital representation of wine throughout all the process. And since every operation is embedded in the token, you can have all the processes that are registered. And we go back, of course, to traceability, but this is the method. I think the tokenization from the initial, like a financial security, okay? So this also is something that we have to study. And it's much better than a label. In fact, maybe you can transform the token into a label, into a digital label, but that's food for thought, okay? So we are there. As you can see, we have here a graph in which we have all the possibilities. We have things that are kind of easy to implement, no? And paths that we have already transited, like Industry 4.0. That's the term that is used for developing intelligent management, certificates of analysis. This is also part maybe of DLTs, forecasting models. Of course, with big data, you can have a lot of different ways of analyzing. Of course, artificial intelligence, computer vision, Internet of the Things, electronic label, as I already mentioned, blockchain. All those are tools, technologies, and ways of thinking for the sector. The OIV addresses this challenge itself because we have to, well, this is in the presentation you have part of the, one of the pages of our strategic plan in which we check how much of the sustainable development goals we achieve by each of the axes, and with this digitalization process, we will achieve SDGs number 8, 9, and 17. Now, we are doing this ourselves. OIV is, during this time of pandemics, we have done what I'm saying, a lot of housekeeping in terms of internal transformation, and we have been thinking how to transform ourselves, but also we call for attention on how to understand the sector from our perspective, and to have a call for building a new expertise, new expert groups. So firstly, the promotion of digitalization in the sector, it's by identifying digital practices to be adopted in the vines and wine sector. This is a process that we are now doing. Secondly, improving the efficiency of digitalization at the organization's operations that we have done already, connecting the agents in the sector to achieve a greater impact, facilitating collaboration and the exchange of information and ideas. And thirdly, exploiting its data, one of the OIV's main assets, by giving developing these analytical skills and capacities and enabling to obtain reliable statistics on the sector, and also the different sources, because sometimes you can generate new sources automatically. And this is very interesting. So this is another area of action. And finally, the promotion of innovation, devising new services and highly disruptive projects that add value to countries, companies, and other actors in the sector. And that's what we are doing now by having this meeting that Moldova has called for the Balkan countries. So congratulations again, and we're there to help and to promote digitalization throughout the sector, because this is going to be on the benefit of this very peculiar value chain in which the profits are very well distributed through all these steps. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pauroca, for your wonderful presentation and great insights about the world of wine from the International Organization for Wine and Wine with headquarters in Paris. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I'm closing the official part of this event, and I'm gladly inviting on stage my colleague Stefan Yamandi, network expert from WINET project and main specialist from National Office of Wine and Wine, to moderate the next panel, Traceability and Wine Authentication.
Thank you, Elena. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I would like to present the subject of our first panel, which is called Traceability and Wine Authentication. Since wine quality is dependent on the consumer demands, compliance with traceability provision satisfies the associated economic needs. Traceability in the wine sector has an important role in the quality assurance management system. Grape growers are responsible for the production, harvest, and delivery of grapes. Wine producers are responsible for the production, manufacture, and/or blending wines. I am very glad to present our first speaker of this first panel, Dr. Caroline Gilby, a Master of Wine from London, UK.
Unmute. Right. Hello, everybody. I'm speaking to you from my holidays in North Yorkshire, but this was something, it was really important for me to join in with this, this conversation, because as most of you will know, I've been quite closely involved in looking at wine marketing cooperation in the countries around the Black Sea region, and some of the opportunities and challenges that they face. And obviously that leads into the rest of the topic of this conversation, but I really want to focus particularly on the wine marketing side of things and the opportunities for cooperation and why it's important. So this kind of concept came about really when I wrote my book back in 2018. It was published, and I've been honoured to have a couple of prizes for the book and so on. But one of the things that emerged from this process was when I first started talking to my publisher about writing a book on wines from Central and Eastern Europe. He was adamant that there was no demand for a single book on any of these countries because they were too small and too obscure. So, in fact, that's why I ended up writing a single book about these three countries, Bulgaria, Romania, and Moldova, because my publisher really didn't think there was enough interest in a whole book for any of these single countries. And then as I went into the process, obviously, you know where the countries are located, but what emerged for me was that these are three countries that have very different stories to tell, but you have an awful lot in common as well. So going from, you know, the background of, yes, different communist regimes, but all three countries were forced into collectivization and mass market volume-driven production of some sort, going through this journey into the 1990s and the beginnings of moves towards independence, privatization, land restitution, the development of small private wineries. And by the 2000s, well into the 2000s, and probably realistically into the 2010s, this complete change of attitude, the rise of private quality-focused wine estates. And these three countries, and this applies to all the other countries that I write about across Central and Eastern Europe, from, you know, the Balkans through to places like Hungary, through to the three countries that are leading this project. Clear different regional identities, global standard wines, which is where it's then really important to build authentication and trust into the process so that consumers and buyers can have confidence in that. But a lot in common and a lot that these three countries can do together by building, you know, their joint marketing efforts. So, you know, I do feel at the moment consumers are interested in the exotic East, but they do need guidance and education because there's not a lot of information out there. They do need to build confidence. They do need to understand that these products are authentic and they're traceable and they're going to be, you know, confident in what they get in their glass. Also, buyers and the press want new wines and new stories. And Eastern Europe is full of authentic, unique wines built on a long history, but can deliver that quality today. But it is really hard for individual producers in small countries to build a voice. And that's why I think this joint effort is really important, because the wine world is really crowded. So it's how do you get the attention of those gatekeepers and the opinion formers in this big wine world against the noise from the bigger, better funded countries. And I think this power of leveraging, this power of cooperation and building a platform of authentication so people have confidence is really important. So I took these numbers and I just wanted to illustrate this kind of potential for strength together that I'm talking about. And I thought, well, hang on, you know, some of these countries that have really loud share of voice are actually quite small. You know, look how tiny New Zealand is, Austria, Hungary, that's been doing a better job, I suppose, in terms of this part of the world than anybody else. And then I'd say I took this data from the OIV State of the World Vitiviniculture report. So putting together Bulgaria, Moldova and Romania, this is vineyard area. Just these three countries together, if you can leverage that, are way bigger than some of these other countries that have a bigger share of voice. And then drew another slide because we know, anyone who works closely with these countries knows that the OIV data for these countries, I don't know about the rest of the world, does not reflect what's actually in the ground and what is producing wine commercially. But even if you do that, so Bulgaria, just under 30,000 hectares that's actually producing commercial wine. Moldova's about 62,500, according to the data I had recently. And then Romania a little bit bigger because, you know, Romania's, you know, half of its industry is hybrids. So that really does not count in terms of commercial quality wine production. But even with these smaller numbers, the point being that these three countries are very small in global terms, individually, but put them together, put the three of you together, present a united front on a platform that we're talking about of authentication, then you've got potential to have a share of voice. But just to sum up, really, the wine world is large and competitive. But if you put small countries together, you can add up to something stronger and create a category for better outcomes. Thinking about the benefits of joint working, there are examples. Airbus, cross-national working, the European Space Agency, again, cross-border working, vaccine development projects have all shown the benefits of cross-border working. Now, I know it's really hard because the problem is that wines from the Black Sea region, when you're talking to wine buyers in big countries like the UK or Benelux, Scandinavia, USA, Canada, places like that you really want to raise awareness in, you get one or two wines in the category of other wines. So what we need to be creating is a category for Black Sea region wines, so that there's enough of a category for people to actually treat it seriously. Because the downside of this as well is, and I know from practical experience running wine tasting events and supporting wine tasting events in the UK, for all of these countries, the audience you can get is quite small. Event for Moldova a couple of years ago, I think we got, 80 or 90 people, which is not bad for a small country, but it's not what you would get if you're Australia. Bulgaria, with a lot of effort, Modern Wines of Bulgaria, we can get a couple of hundred people to turn up. Romanian events, weirdly, the ones I've done have been smaller. Again, 100 people-ish. So the only way forward to get more share of voice, really, is to put these countries together, to cooperate, and so it's worth buyers and gatekeepers and opinion formers giving up time to come and say, actually, we can put quite a few wines in our portfolio from this, not just one or two other wines. Oh, well, it's not worth slogging into London to spend a couple of hours tasting Bulgarian wine for the sake of one wine, for instance. That's what you're up against. So if you can cooperate with wines that people are confident in, then you're going to get more attention. So that's that building of categories that's worth their attention. Then there's got to be a change of mindset. So one of the things that Australia particularly pioneered back in the early 1990s was persuading the industry there that a win for anybody was a win for the whole country. And there is still an attitude of, wanting to be individual, resenting the past of being forced to be collectivized, so being proud of individual independence. There's an attitude of jealousy. Why did that person get a gold medal and my wines didn't get a gold medal? Why did that person get a listing and my wines didn't? So changing this mindset so that producers understand that a win, getting a Bulgarian wine or a Moldovan wine to get a top medal or to get a listing is actually a win for this whole region, for this category that we're talking about creating for the Black Sea. And then you've got to get over this other problem. Moldova, with Wines of Moldova, has managed to establish a single generic body that's not bad that is good at presenting a united front. It doesn't exist in effect in Romania and Bulgaria. You see Romania at Provine, it's on 3 different stands and then a couple of individual producers. That sums it up. So if you can't get the country within a country to cooperate, how are we going to do it across regions? Good question. This is a good platform. I think, you know, some of the things we're talking about, the authentication, the traceability,
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the technical issue. Ms. Caroline Gilby, we hope she'll be soon back. Meanwhile, I would like to invite our colleague, Mr. Alexandre Mondou, of the subject traceability of process, wine market under the microscope.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to be here in Moldova and an honor to be here at the WINET Cross-Border Conference. So today I will present the digitalization of processes, wine market under the microscope, and I will use the Swiss vineyard as a case study to explain you the main variable we use in economics, in the wine economics, and the methodology. So Switzerland is has almost the same size of Moldova in terms of superficie, but if we look at the vineyards, so we have 15,000 hectares, which is 10 times lower than Moldova. We have the wine region from the west, it's more the French-speaking part, then we go to the east in the German-speaking part, and the south, the Italian-speaking part. The main grape varietal are Chasselas, Pinot Noir, Chardonnay, and also Merlot. Switzerland is a federal state, so with 26 cantons, and each canton has its own AOC appellation. Now I come to the main variable we use at the stat level. So we have the stocks, production, and consumption. And with the first equation, you can then deduct the calculated consumption, which is the initial stock that are calculated, plus the production, which is the harvest, minus the final stock. So this is I would say, the three main variables we use at the overview level. So the characteristic of Switzerland, as I said, is very decentralized. There is a strong heterogeneity in the vineyards in terms of grape varietal, culture, and so on. And we still have an old system, so we're not perfectly aligned to the European Union system with AOP and NGP appellation. So if we start with the state data, we have annual volume, calculated consumption, which concerns all the distribution channel. And then we buy also data from the private company, which is called Nielsen, who has like a monopoly of providing the data in Europe. And so we can get effective volume and prices paid at the cashier. And it represents about 43% of the total consumption in Switzerland. So we have already a first focus on the retail market. Here, just as an example, how we calculate the consumption for white wine. So it's the equation that we've seen before. And for the foreign wine, we just replace the production with the importation. If we look at the viticultural areas, it's really stable for the last 30 years. So you can just see a little changes for the red grapes, mostly because in 2000 there was a liberalization of the imports for white wines. But if we look to the wine production, you see this negative trend, mostly because of the introduction of quotas in the 90s and also AOC appellation, which are more restricted. In terms of global consumption, so the structure is about 1/3 of Swiss wine and 2/3 of foreign wine, which are consumed in Switzerland. And if we talk about export, it's very different from Moldova because we have only 1% of the production which is exported. So it's the majority of Swiss wine is consumed internally in the domestic market. Just to give an example of the different market share, so we see, of course, Swiss wine and the three top importer, which is Italy, France, and Spain. Just a few information about COVID in 2020. We observed a high increase of wine sold in the retail market. And this is mostly because the restaurants were closed for a certain period, so the people maybe consume more wine at home. And also the customs were quite close, so it was not possible to go in, for example, in France, Italy, or Germany to buy some wine, other product. So this could explain the increase of wine. Now I come back a little bit to the economic theory with supply and demand shock. So when we analyze the data, volume, prices, we try to understand what is going on beyond. So for example, for a supply shock, it could be an hail shock, a bad harvest, which have a consequence on quantity, so decrease in quantity and increase of prices. We can see a practical example between 2015 and 2016. You see the histogram, these are the volume, and the line are the prices, and we can see a decrease of quantity and increase of prices, which is typical for a negative supply shock. So when we analyze panel data, different type of wine across time, it's very important to take into account the heterogeneity of the data. And here we can see 3 different clusters from white wine. So all the points are basically monthly combination of quantity and prices. And with the mean of the regression analysis, you can try to identify what is the price elasticity of different wine. For example, with a price elasticity of -2, it means that for a decrease of price of 1%, we observe an increase of 2% in the volume. And as you know, in economics, price and quantity are very endogenous. So in the sense that price has an impact on quantity and also quantity on price. So we use different methodology, such as instrumental variable approach, to really infer what is the effect of price promotion on the quantity of wine sold in the retail market. So the second dimension with panel data is the seasonality. So here I put an example of rosé wine. As you can see, the strong seasonality of rosé, especially during the summer. And so just to sum up, for panel data, it's important to take into account heterogeneity, different type of wine, and the time fix effect, seasonality. I think this kind of analysis for price segmentation could be also interesting for Moldova to see where there is a potential of increase the wine. And here you can see the difference between Swiss white wine and foreign white wine in different price segmentation. Now I come to an example of digitalization of processes. So we launch a new statistic at our institute where we try to understand what is going on in the order channel distribution. So we have a total overview at the stat level. We know what is going on in the retail market, but we have very few information about order channel, like direct sales, HoReCa, restaurants, wholesalers, or export. And so we created this new database, so the producer every trimester can just fill their data in this system, and then we have an external firma that aggregate the data and give back to us. Here you can see an example of evolution of prices for different channel of distribution. And this is very interesting. Also try to estimate what is the margin between wholesalers, the supermarkets, restaurants, and so on. So really have an approach business to business, for example, for wholesalers and HoReCa, and business to consumer for direct sales and supermarkets. And as an incentive for the producer, we give back them individual feedback every trimester, where they can see the average price of the market, their price, and then the difference in Swiss francs and in percentage. So it could be also an interesting benchmark for the producer in order to maybe change a little bit the price strategy of their domain. I will conclude with two other examples of digitalization. So this is a statistic that we created from the restaurant cards, restaurant menu, where we download all the price of the different wine. And here we can see the dispersion of Swiss wine and foreign wine. Also, we download a lot of data directly from the website of the producers. And the last example is a survey that we did for more than 1,500 Swiss wine producers. So we had 20–30% of answer. And this could be also very interesting for the marketing and the communication budget to know how to allocate this money. So for example, if the direct sales have a big market share, maybe you can allocate less money to the retail market, more money to other channel distribution. And this gives you really the structure of the sector. So this was all from my side. I thank you very much for your attention. And I give back the floor to Stefan Diamanti.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Thank you for your presentation. Based on our presentation, we have just a small question. Could you answer, please, what data is accessible for your institution and what data should you seek outside with the means of the digitalization?
Yeah. So we have public data at the state level. I think it's quite common in all countries of Europe. So these basic variables as consumption, production, and stocks. Then we can buy from a private company, which is Nielsen, was a monopoly in the Europe for all the price and quantity in the supermarket. But then, as I said, for other channel distribution, such as direct sale, restaurant, which are also very important for the value added in the sector, we should find other system of digitalization. And one of the systems that we use is this called Mercurial, this new statistic, or just like survey to producer and consumer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. And first of all, thank you very much for coming here, Moldova, and have an opportunity.
It's a pleasure, a great pleasure.
Yes, for the first time, as I understood.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to inform you that we managed to reestablish the connection with Ms. Caroline Gilby.
Yeah. Yes, sorry, I had got to the end of my presentation to my last slide, but just to emphasize, the point is winning might not be the same for everybody, but selling better quality wines to more markets and or higher prices with better reputation, it can be summed up in that selling better wines better. And I see that, this platform is a really good step in that direction. So really, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Again, a question. Take into consideration your experience. We would like to ask you, what do you see as the biggest challenge to achieving cooperation?
Well, I think it's changing mindsets. And I do appreciate that it's really hard if you've been forced to be collectivized in the past, voluntarily collectivizing, cooperating is actually really hard to change people's ideas. But, you've got to start somewhere. And persuading people, the follow-up point to that, I think, is persuading producers and wineries that they need to invest properly in things beyond just making wine. You can't just sit back and make the wine. That's important, but you have to invest properly in marketing. And that's not just money, it's time and people, because people like people, and making a personal connection with your potential customers is really, really important, and not just sitting back and waiting for, EU money or government funding, but actually to change that mindset towards, really being involved, working together and investing properly in terms of people, time and money in wine marketing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Caroline. Thank you for your presentation one more time. Next, I'm very honored to present our guest, Dr. Felice Assenza, with the subject Wine Control Task, Control the Wine Sector. Dr. Felice Assenza is the head of the Central Inspectorate of Quality Protection and Fraud Repression from Rome, Italy. Hello.
Hello, good morning. First of all, I wish to congratulate with the organization and thanks for having invited me to this meeting. I would like to greet also the Moldavian authorities, all the participants, and allow me also to greet a particular friend of mine, who is Paolo Pavloka, that I saw with a great pleasure. So, now I will try to share. Just a brief presentation of this department. The acronym is ICQRF. It's a case in which the acronym is so long, so I prefer to use the term of department during my exposition. These are the main responsibilities, the main tasks of the department that we can synthesize in 4 main tasks. So controls, of course. Second one, for the infringements, sanction and penalties. Another task is related to the certification and the surveillance of private control bodies. And a new task is related to the unfair trade practice. I mean that our department is now in charge as national enforcement authorities for unfair trade practice. This is the organization of our department. So at central level is divided in 2 main general directorate and local territorial offices. We have 29 local inspection units, and also we have 6 chemical laboratories, all ISO approved. All the human resources in this moment are about 700 units, but our organic is more or less around more than 800 human resources. So, why to control and what we control? Of course, our control activities is related to all the agri-food sector. And in particular, our attention is put to all the production quality, where we have in Italy about 1,000 quality production in geographical indication. The most part of them is in the wine sector. As you can see, we have 526 wine at geographical indication, PBO and PGI. Also, we have 312 other quality product in food stock, and at the end, 37 spirit drinks. And the weight of the production quality in all the production quality in the food sector is very even. As you can see, we have more or less 17 billion euro. That is, the weight is around 20% of all the Italian agri-food production. So, trying to go deep in the theme of the meeting, these are the kinds of control, and of course we can define it as an holistic approach, because we have domestic control. Domestic control are related to the national market, but also we work in cooperation among the member states of the European Union, and outside the European Union, we have also work in progress in the cooperation with the EU Commission by the international agreements with third countries. So also direct cooperation with third countries. And we have good cooperation, good work in the web sector, mainly in the e-commerce, but this is something for which another Italian colleague, Bartolomeo Frederick, will expose later. So just some data, just for having an idea of the world of the controls that the department carries out. As you can see, we carry out around 70,000 controls in the food sector, and the products controls are around 77,000 products that will be are controlled per year. I would like to stress that in this context, it's well to stress that the wine sector weight is the first sector that is controlled by the department. The weight is around 37% of the controls of the department are related to the wine sector. The number of the operators controlled is around 27,000. So this is the framework of the controls. Our inspector carry out control inspection. So if they will emerge some improvements, there are administrative penalties. It is against the standard compliance, misuse, application, imitation, misleading, and so on. But also we have another branch of investigation that is related to the criminal code, for which we work with the other control bodies, I mean the police, the carabinieri, the Guardia di Finanza. And inside the domestic controls, we operate a particular attention in the traceability controls in wines. The traceability controls, when we refer to traceability, we mean the ability to trace and follow food production or other animal or substance that intended to be or expected to be incorporated into food or feed through all stages of production, processing, and distribution. Traceability in the wine sector is stated by specific European Union legislation, in particular the regulation 1308 of 2014, but other regulation, and of course by national proper regulation, by national proper. And the traceability control should ensure all the process from the wineries to the seller, to the markets, or e-markets in particular. So this is the three main stream in which the traceability is controlled. So in the first gap, you can see the winners. Second step is the controls in the seller. Third step, the controls in the market. And these controls came from winner, from seller to the markets, but also back to this. So from the market to the seller, from the winner. This is the stream that we follow. About the controls, of course, we use during the control the need of the traceability, the official documentation and labeling. In this context, I followed with great attention the presentation of the Paolo Rocca about the wine sector digital transformation. It is something that we consider particularly useful, not only for improving the strength of the sector, but also for something that can help the control and the efficiency of the those are the documents that we use during our control. So wine register, that is an e-register, harvest declaration, production declaration, stock declaration. I would like to stress that all these are compulsory documents that should be filled properly and detailed by the operators. So, as I told you, e-register should be kept and information should be included in the operation, but also we have a combined document that are electronic documents that are the transport documents, compulsory document that can help during the several phases of control, trying to ensure the complete track of the traceability. Also, we can use also the analysis of record delivered by official designated laboratory in the wine sector, accounting and commercial documentation, and labeling and presentation that can be offline. And the second part of our activity is the mechanism of cooperation among the member states, and this is something that, as I told before, is stated in the European Union legislation. So, for geographical indication and non-geographical indication, why there are proper European Union regulation that state the intra-EU cooperation in the wine sector among the member states. These are some explanation of this mechanism. So, as you can see, the mechanism of European protection for wine product for PGI, and our department is the competent authority that is called, that is defined as ex officio authority that is in touch with the other department of the member state. So we receive report for the treatment of the wine laws sent by the member states. We work with this report, will remain in touch, and some improvement will be raised. We will inform the member state and the member state, the competent member state for the improvements, and the member state can also apply the sanction or the relevant penalties. Sorry. Okay. So these are all the some results of the cooperation inside the European Union among the member states. So we have worked and we continue to work despite the new situation in the European Union with the British authority, that is the DEFRA, but we also continue to work with the German authority. As you can see, all the improvements are related to misuse, education, limitation for some Italian products of geographical indication, that could be PDO or PGIs, reporting to the Swedish authority, for example, for wines bottled in Sweden and laboratory terms that are liable to mislead, reporting to the Danish authority. These are just some a simplification of the situation. And we can say that this kind of cooperation is really effective. We have 90% of the cases that have been solved thanks to this kind of particular cooperation. The department is designated as Italian Food Fraud Contact Point. This is something that is related in particular for the wine sector. Another stream of work is related to the cooperation with the European Union Commission inside the bilateral agreements. And another one is our direct cooperation with the countries, in particular, to advance the proper memorandum of understanding, particularly the United States. As you can see, our department and the TTB, that is the Alcohol and Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau, signed on 2011 a proper memorandum of understanding. This is regarding the exchange of information and cooperation with the wine sector for the defense, the strengthening, and the valorization of the wine sector in the framework of an agreement on trade of wine between the European Union and the United States that was concluded in 2005. So about the web cooperation, I guess it will be treated by Bartolomeo Filadelfia. Our department has concluded several memorandum of understanding with the main actors in the e-commerce for agri-food. So we have closed, we have in force memorandum of understanding with Alibaba, with Amazon, also with eBay, and I can say that we are going to close soon another memorandum of understanding with the e-commerce platform Rakuten, the Japanese one. These are some results about the cooperation from 2015 to right now. So ex officio cooperation, that, as I explained before, is related to all the agri-food. We have treated during this period more than 500 cases. Meanwhile, the wine sector cooperation for PDO and PGI are more than 2,500 cases, and the cooperation is more than 1,300 cases. In total are 4,400 cases, and as I told you before, with a great efficiency, the result of more than 90%. So these are some explanation of what can happen in misleading evocation. So you can cite counterfeit exercise in Bulgaria and so on. So at the end, I will remain available for possible question. Thanks again and congratulations for having organized this meeting. And I remain at the disposal for possible question to be raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sensa. I have a question for you. Considering the huge and successful set of cooperation for wine controls that each KRF has implemented so far at EU and non-EU level, and on the web, of course. May I ask you if you are thinking on working or expanding such exploration tools? Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the interesting question. Allow me that, of course, we can work in the expanding our sector, but allow me also that we can work in the tracks. I mean, we are working on one side for strengthening and the existing cooperation that we already have, as I exposed it before, at EU and not EU level. But also we are working also for expanding the cooperation activities on new third countries by proper cooperation, mutual assistance, or better through proper memorandum of understanding to be dealt and signed by the parties. As I told before, today is possible to have a fertile ground, let me pass the term, a fertile ground for activating those initiatives of cooperation for the item and for the matter that the valorization, the defense, the controls for the quality production has become one of the utmost priorities, not only for the agri-food sector, so not limited for the agri-food sector, but also for the entire economy of the country.
Thank you for the answer. Thank you for the presentation. And also, we are very keen to continue our collaboration with HQRF and the National Wine Office in the future. Thank you very much. The next... Thank you. The next speaker is a good friend of Wine of Moldova. It's one of the best experts in EU legislation in the wine sector. It's Mr. Bartolomeu Philadelphia, head director of the Southeast Office Central Inspectorate with the subject e-commerce, digital tools to control wines by Central Inspectorate.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hello.
Okay, let me could you tell me if you can see my presentation, please?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Let me try again. Okay, now?
Yes, now it's better, but please could you please share the full screen?
Yes, yes, of course, of course. Yes, let me enter with my presentation. Just a moment, because probably I have a technical problem. I get. Sorry, but I'm experiencing some difficulties in sharing my presentation. Okay, probably I can solve. Okay, just a moment. Okay. Well, probably I can succeed.
We don't see your...
Presentation. Yes, presentation. Sorry, because from the scratch. Now? Sorry?
Yes, now it's perfect.
Okay, that's perfect. We have succeeded. Well, everything is okay now. Well, my name is Bartolomeu Philadelphia. Please remember that my surname is Philadelphia with F not with PH, okay? I have no connection with the US city of Philadelphia, nor with the most famous Kraft cheese, okay? I'm the director of an ICQ-RF inspection branch, which cover the inspection controls, market controls, certification controls on agri-food stuff in the southeastern part of Italy, covering 3 different regions. I'm very proud to be here. I would like, first of all, to greet all of you. First of all, the organizers of this very interesting and excellent WINET cross-border conference. So the government of Moldova, the WINET project leader, the Deputy Director General of Invest Moldova Agency, and so on and so forth, all the participants, and a special greetings is for my best friend in Moldova, but not only in Moldova, Mr. Stefan Yamandi. And I'm about to speak regarding traceability controls in the wine sector carried out in Italy by the ICQ-RF, especially the digitalization methods which the ICQ-RF has implemented over the last 5 years regarding the digitalization of vineyard register in cooperation with the National Payment Agency, the digitalization of compulsory declaration, digitalization of seller registers, the so-called e-register, digitalization of a part of accompanying documents, the so-called EMVV, and some information, some bullet points about the e-commerce controls. Why such a huge batch of digitalizations for wine controls? Because, as mentioned before by my chief, Italy is the biggest wine producer in the world. Italy, together with France, is also one of the biggest country in the world in terms of turnover produced in the wine sectors, not only in the wine sector, but also for other agro-foodstuffs. Italy is in the European Union, together with France, also the biggest country in terms of number of PDOs, PGIs, both in the wine sector and in the agro-foodstuff field and for spirit drinks. And this put Italy at the forefront of the quality protection for generic wines in the world, but most importantly for PDO and PGI wines. I would like to stress this concept because protecting quality means rising the gross domestic product for each wine producing countries, which means, to put it simply, to allow or to make it possible for the wine operators to make money. Okay, so this is why the ICQ-RF was tasked with such a huge batch of controls and responsibilities in the wine sector. As mentioned by my chief before, the ICQ-RF has the responsibility to check in the wine sector, but also for each and every agro-foodstuff matter, the traceability, all the traceability stage along the traceability chain, from vineyards to groceries shelves or e-shelves. This means that we needed and we need appropriate tools to cover such kind of controls and to simplify such kind of controls and to reduce the administrative burdens and to save and better allocate financial and human resources. This is why the ICQRF, in cooperation with other Italian agencies, has worked very hard so far since 5 or 6 years ago in order to digitalize at least the main documents, compulsory documents, envisaged by the European Union legislation in the wine sector. Okay, I don't want to bother you regarding the technicalities of our controls, but remember that our purpose was and is to reduce administrative burdens over producers, to simplify and improve controls, to cut red tape, and this is a very, very important matter for any public administration, not only in the European Union, but also worldwide, to optimize and so to better allocate human and financial resources for controls, because we cannot cover with an official each and every corner of the traceability chain in the wine sector. So we need to find better tools to check. And these forced us, first of all, to digitalize the vineyard register, starting from scratch, of course, vineyard register and inventory of production potential, in order to have a very good tool to first check the lawfulness of the vineyards, because if you want to check the traceability in the wine sectors, you need to start from the scratch, from the vineyard. Remember that Italy has a vineyard surface more or less equal to 700,000 hectares. So we cannot physically check each and every parcel, but thanks to digitalization and thanks to the vineyard register set up firstly by our national payment agency, together with some regional payment agency, because Italy is a regional state, and so some competencies can be or may be allocated to some region. We were able more than 15 years ago to implement the electronic vineyard register by identifying, pinpointing each and every vineyard parcel through the use of the GI system, geographical identification system, which is an electronic system including several information and data, for example, the orthophotos and regarding the land images, the cadastral maps, regarding land maps, thematic layers, regarding the identification of crops, and everything is merged for the creation of a centralized geographical information system, which can allow us to easily check the vineyards and related topics regarding the vineyards. Remember that in Italy, such kind of electronic register is included in an appropriate farm file, because in Italy, each farm operator is obliged to hold or to be identified with a specific electronic farm file. And inside the electronic farm file, apart from other information regarding the EU and national payments and so on and so forth, or personal and farms data, there is also, in case of a vineyard producer, also the vineyard its own vineyard register, his or her, sorry. In this slide, there is a feedback from the vineyard register held by the GIS system. As you can imagine, there are a lot of information regarding the farmer, regarding the location of the vineyard parcels, and last but not least, also the identification through the lawyer and ortho pictures regarding the isolation and better identification of each and every vineyard. And for each and every vineyard, we can have a very quick render regarding the quality of the crop, for example, the degree of maturation, in case we can have also the variety cultivated for each and every vineyard. We can also discover, for example, illegal vineyards. Well, together with this first electronic tool, we have also completely digitalized the European Union envisaged compulsory declarations, which means the production declaration, the stock declaration, the harvest declaration. But not only this, we made it possible, of course, to produce, to create, to make, to submit the compulsory declarations through the constant and intertwined dialogue, electronic dialogue between our vineyard register, the electronic seller register, which is going to be shown to you, and through such kind of complex electronic dialogue, the operator can submit, can prepare and then submit electronically also the compulsory declaration. As regard the next steps, we have also digitalized the seller registers to be mandatory kept by almost each and every wine operator in the European Union, and some accompanying documents. Okay, let's start with the seller register. We started working the 1st of April 2016, when the e-wine register was available for the first time, not in a mandatory way, but just as an optional way, okay? And the obligation to keep records electronically entered into force the 1st of January 2017. And since then, this system has involved thousands of operators. So far in the wine register, there are recorded more than 17,000 wine operators, more than 600,000 wine vessels, and over 30 million of enological practices, and so on. What was and what is currently, what is the purposes of such e-register? And so, first of all, to streamline and to reduce the administrative burdens on the production system. This is the first and most important goal for our administration. And this is also one of the most important, please remember, one of the most important goal for the European Union, because at very first whereas of the regulation regarding the official documentation to be held and to be to be held by wine producers, there is this very important message in order to reduce the administrative burdens. But not only this, also to allow checking online stocks, movement and practices of thousands of Italian wineries. For example, since January 2018, the ICQRF publishes a fortnight report called Cantina Italia, which means Winery Italia, on the ministry website, containing aggregated data extracted from the e-register. And this is also a very important policy tool for our policy makers and administrators, because you are allowed day by day or periodically to have the situation regarding wines and wine market. And thanks to this, you can decide, for example, to strengthen controls, or to, for example, in case last year, in case during the COVID outbreak, also to study and to implement a specific support policy for the wine producers and so on, to provide important information, of course, to enable control bodies and authorities to improve and make more effective controls, to improve the risk management, because the ICQRF is the most important enforcement authority in Italy and one of the most important in the European Union. And so, if you want to improve your risk management system and monitor or better monitor the activities of the wine sector of operators, the electronic register is a very important instrument to make available an integrated computer system for the undertakings. And as mentioned, the e-register constantly dialogues with the vineyard register, make it possible to set up stock declaration and harvest declaration, and is in close link with the electronic accompanying documents. The information and the operations, as envisaged by the European regulations and by the national implementing legislation, are entered in the e-register automatically by means of a data exchange system, for example, the web service system, or by online recording, by uploading directly by the operator the information and data. This kind of this system has allowed us and make it possible for the operators to get rid of a lot of paper, okay? And everything has been merged in one digitalized register managed by our National Agricultural Information System. Of course, we have a list of obliged operators according to the European Union regulation, but I don't want to spend a lot of wordings about these. But very important, we have also envisaged exemptions regarding, for example, packaged wine products by wholesaler traders, persons carrying out thoroughly practices and processes in the context of a well-defined research project, persons selling alcoholic drinks, wine drinks for consumption, small harvesters, for example, because as you can imagine, the electronic tools can help you to reduce the administrative burdens and to simplify all the check processes, but you need also to take into account that for small producers, these may be, on the contrary, a sort of additional administrative burden. So the exemptions have helped us also to safeguard such kind of operators. Of course, we have a long list of exemptions. Deadlines, of course, we have also envisaged deadlines for entries, for the information to be entered and so on in this kind of register. In this case, we needed to fulfill the EU rules in this sector, established in Article 20 of Regulation 274 of 2011. 18, sorry, but in any case, we were able also within such kind of limits to provide a sort of simplification, because we envisaged a longer deadlines, not exceeding 30 days for records on our national platform. In case of undertakings using computerized account system, wineries producing less than 1,000 hectoliters, and so on and so forth. Most importantly, and especially for very small wine producing countries, we have also provided for a simplification for small producers during the harvest period. Producers obtaining less than 1,000 hectoliters of wine shall be required to register synthetically all grapes produced, must wine still in fermentation, and wine not later than the 13th day following the entry of operation, in order to give them a possibility to take a breath. But in any case, they have to fulfill the chronological order, and they have to, of course, fulfill the rules of the electronic register. Of course, I don't want to spend a lot of words about this, but there are characteristics, because the e-register shall be set up for each winemaking establishment and warehouse. All paper registers have been unified. Of course, every operation which describes a production process or a movement is recorded separately, and all operations shall be recorded following their chronological order. We have just digitalized and unified all the previously established paper registers. That's it. Just a moment. Okay. Most importantly, to close this topic, records on the electronic register are displayed by means of Excel spreadsheet. It makes available a wide range of data on the basis of several search terms. Closure and an inventory of stocks shall be automatically drawn up at the end of July, because remember that there is a strict connection between vineyard register, the electronic register, and the compulsory declaration, together with the accompanying document. So such kind of information are absolutely fundamental to drawn up, to prepare and then submit the compulsory declaration. And wine stock is automatically managed for each product and client. There are, as regards the record, there are 35 possible operations in the case of our e-register, regarding all the operation, regarding the bottling, the enological practices, and so on. And each operation is identified by a specific acronym. Okay, for example, GASD means purchase loading, DOLC means sweetening, IMBO means bottling, and so on. As regard the accompanying document, according to the European and the domestic legislation, we have several accompanying documents, and the mandatory accompanying documents, together with the compulsory declaration, vineyard register, and electronic register, is part of such huge frame of traceability. Do you remember that my chief introduced the concept of traceability in the wine sector, like the traceability in any other agro foodstuff field? Well, in the wine sector, since the 70s, the European Commission, together with its member states, build up a very structured system of traceability, made up by several pieces: register, compulsory document, vineyard register, accompanying document, and so on. And so this very, very large and complex batch of traceability system needs to be simplified. Such kind of simplification was also in the kind of accompanying document set up by the digitalization of MVV. Such kind of digitalization of MVV make it possible to issue electronic administrative documents for products for wine products subject to excise duty dispatched by small producers through an electronic system. And these also make it possible to issue the certification, for example, certificate of origin, provenance, the export certification in different languages: Chinese, English, German, French, Spanish, and so on. This is the flow chart of the issuing the issuing system of the electronic administrative documents. There are several steps regarding the validation, the preparation, the validation, the issuing of the electronic MVV documents, and also regarding the nullification. But in any case, for each and every topic, we have just followed the legislation passed by the European Union in such kind of field, together with some additional domestic legislation. Each and every electronic MVV document is identified by a unique reference number and by an ICQRF code to be attributed to the consignor's establishment and warehouse, and so on and so forth. We have also envisaged rules regarding the nullification of an invalid or illegal electronic administrative documents. Some bullet points regarding also the web cooperation and the web activities put in place, but the ICQRF taking into account the huge impact that now the e-commerce has worldwide. I would like just to stress the cooperation set up by the ICQRF with some important web marketplaces, as mentioned by my chief. We were very successful in such kind of cooperation by using specific memorandum of understandings and so on. And now we are able, in a very limited time, few hours or few days, to take down any illegal infringements regarding, for example, generic wines, but specifically PDO and PGI wines, from such platforms by using the European Union regulations for the protection of PDO and PGI wines, together with the rules established by the EC Directive 2031 on e-commerce. Thank you for your attention. I hope not to be bothered you with the technicalities, but it has been important to stress the enormous and very hard work which the ICQRF has made so far in order to simplify, to digitalize the control system in the wine sector and to make such kind of controls more effective and less costly. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Philadelphia. We are really impressed by the cooperation of the internet hosting providers that you are granting protection of the PGI and PDO wines that we saw during our presentation. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you soon in Moldova. Thank you.
I hope so.
And now we're going to the second panel. I'm very glad to present to my colleague, Alina Fortunatova, network expert and responsible for the marketing in the Chateau Vartelli company.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the second part of the WINET cross-border conference, where we will discuss the important questions of the wine promotion and wine tourism. Why is it important? Because, of course, in the COVID era, the promotion has become more and more important. And just imagine there are over 36 billion bottles of wine being produced every year by over 1 million of wine companies. So the competition on this market is fierce. And it's very important to stand out, to make sure that your product is different from the other and that your wine is shining. So now we will talk about, with our experts, we will discuss issues about online wine promotion and about wine tourism. I'm very glad to welcome our first speaker from the United Kingdom, Alex Layton, the head of marketing of the famous Decanter magazine.
Thank you, Alina. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? You can see my screen okay at the moment?
Yes, everything is okay.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for the introduction, Alina. And yes, my name is Alex Layton, the head of marketing at Decanter. It's my pleasure to be with you all here today. And I will present just a short snapshot on Decanter as a wine media brand and also our World Wine Awards. Oh, there we go. So just to briefly introduce us as a brand, so Decanter started in 1975 as Decanter magazine. We've got a small kind of shot of the very first magazine cover you can see in the top left there. And the magazine is still very much the bedrock of our brand, which is now read in over 100 countries around the world by enthusiasts, collectors, and the global wine trades. But since then, Decanter has moved on quite a bit in this time and now covers multiple touch points, including our website, decanter.com, which is the host of Decanter Premium, our digital subscription platform, as well as decanterchina.com, which is our bilingual website dedicated to wine lovers who are based in China. Also to our awards, the Decanter World Wine Awards and the UK-based Decanter Retailer Awards, and over to our events, which are our international live consumer wine tasting events, the Decanter Fine Wine Encounters, which currently take place in London and Shanghai, and to our most recently launched Decanter virtual wine tasting events, Decanter at Home. So Decanter's global audience now reaches over 2 million people per month across each of our print and digital channels, of which this includes an average of 1.4 million monthly global page views on decanter.com. I've included a small map here at the bottom just on our global audience breakdown. And although we are based in London and do have a strong UK readership, what people are sometimes quite surprised to hear is that around 33% of our audience is actually based in North America. So the US represents the largest number of Decanter Premium subscribers and the visitors to decanter.com. This is then followed by 30% based in the UK, 20% within Europe, and 8% within Asia. And our readership as well is approximately 70% consumer and around 30% trades. So moving into our Decanter World Wine Awards, which in 2021 was our 18th year and our largest wine competition year to date, with over 18,000 wines that were tasted from 56 countries. Judging took place this year in London across 15 consecutive days in June, and this was overseen by around 170 expert wine judges. Due to continued travel restrictions, this is a little less than normal years, where we would expect to see around 280 judges flying from all corners of the world. Of course, we're keeping everything crossed that we can return to normal in 2022 and see more of our judges back in London for this. Nevertheless, we're still delighted to be joined by 44 Masters of Wine and 11 Master Sommeliers. And our co-chairs for the competition include Sarah Jane Evans, Master of Wine, Andrew Jefford, Michael Hill-Smith, NW, who is based in Australia and sadly wasn't able to join us for the live part of the tasting, however, was still a key part of our panel. But this year we were delighted to welcome Ronan Sayburn, Master Sommelier, as one of our new co-chairs. So the results this year, well, they included 50 Best in Show medals, 179 platinum, 635 gold medals, 5,607 silver, and 8,332 bronze medals. And just as a side note, you may see I've included a QR code here, which links to a digital version of the Decanter World Wine Awards, our DWWA wine supplement, which has all details about the competition, including all the winning wines. So if you give this a scan and enter the code just below that, it will give you free reading access to this digital edition and the magazines as well. So just diving now into some of the medal highlights from the Republic of Moldova, Bulgaria, and Romania over the past 4 years. So there really have been some notable great performances from each of these nations. Firstly, in terms of the main highlights for Moldova, 2020 was a real standout year with a remarkable 2 Best in Show medals from 50 in total, which represented 4% of the overall very Best in Show. These were won in addition to 1 platinum medal, 3 gold, 36 silver, and 55 bronze. For Bulgaria, both 2020 and 2019 were strong performing years. 2019 in particular with 3 gold, 18 silver, and 27 bronze medals respectively. This actually represented 77% of wines that were entered from Bulgaria that won a medal, which is a really remarkable achievement. And finally, for Romania, 2021 was a very good year in terms of the number of medals won. However, 2019 was once again the standout year with 3 golds, 9 silver, and 27 bronze. So onto a big question here that we're asked a lot by producers year on year, and this is what makes a wine gold medal worthy? And this quite simply is the $1 million question, but it is one that we have quizzed our senior judges, our regional chairs, and the competition co-chairs on this year in particular. So firstly, Andrew Jeffords, one of our co-chairs, was keen to point out that it is a difficult question to answer, as wines are judged in the DWWA culturally and against peer groups. So wines are from the same country, the same region, and generally of a similar style when assessed. However, the desirable descriptors that came up repeatedly by wine judges here were finesse, elegance, and concentration. Sarah Jane Evans also is clear to point out that you can really distinguish between the very good wines that score over 90 points, that win silver medals, and then the ones that get over the border to gold. And these are the ones that have that real sense of origin. Texture is also incredibly important, as well as the wine's extra individuality. Ronan Sayburn also highlights that these wines need to have real typicity, as well as having great balance and great length, as ultimately these wines really need to taste of where they come from. And then for that extra mile, once again, it's about elegance, finesse, and each component being perfectly balanced, particularly including the oak usage. So just as part of this, it is important to note that when wines are put forward as gold medals in the very first week of judging, they will always be retasted by the co-chairs in that first week to really make sure that they are indeed gold medal worthy. But in that second week of judging, when the top platinum and best in show medals are determined, they are retasted again at least twice by the judges, the regional chairs, and then again by the co-chairs. And this is a key part of what makes the DWWA trusted internationally for its rigorous judging process. So moving now into a key part of the awards, which is announcing the results. This is certainly one of our most exciting times for us, as we get to shout loudly globally about all of these incredible award-winning wines. A unique selling point of the DWWA is its connection to decanter, and with that, an unrivaled global reach. So we announced the results across each of our main platforms, including decanter.com, Decanter Magazine, across each of our digital and social media platforms, and then also via a dedicated PR campaign, which allows us to get the extra press coverage of the awards and the producers in international news publications. Over the past 2 years, this has allowed us to reach in excess of 700 million people across more than 20 countries. The results campaign doesn't just end with the results announcement and coverage. We work with retailers across the globe to promote DWWA award-winning wines. And for the 2020 and 2021 campaigns, so far we've worked with more than 15 retailers in 5 countries, with a key focus in Asia. This is an important wine market for both our entrants and, of course, for Decanter as a brand. In a normal year, we take part in around 10 international trade fairs and tastings to promote the award-winning wines and grow the presence of the awards. Of course, in the past 18 months, many of these have been postponed, but we will be back to these trade fairs in future years. Likewise, with our Decanter Fine Wine Encounters, where at each of our live events, we have a large DWWA winners table, which allows our consumers and the attendees the chance to sample a large range of these award-winning wines. And then winners are further promoted in the annual DWWA supplement, which includes around 850 of the top scoring wines in the competition. Once again, I've included the QR code here on this slide, so do feel free to scan this and enter that coupon code to read those digital copies of the magazine and the supplement for free. And then finally, winners also have the option to further promote their win by purchasing medal stickers to put on their bottles. And so far, we have printed more than 20 million stickers across both the 2020 and 2021 competitions. So moving into a new initiative that we have launched to help producers gain or improve their distribution in the UK market is our DWWA Buyers Report. This Buyers Report assists producers who have won a medal at the DWWA by having their wines evaluated separately by a panel of industry-leading buyers from both the off and the on trades. And by entering, the producers will then receive a personalised report from Decanter and these buyers, which outline a number of recommendations here, including the channel strategy and specific route to market recommendations, such as where the wine should be sold, a benchmarking analysis with similar wines already in the UK market. So this will be highlighting any positive or negative points about the wine compared with the competition, a review of the positioning, the marketing materials and packaging suitability for their chosen channel, and then finally, constructive feedback and buyers' quotes that can be used in any commercial or promotional materials. The buyers we're working with cover each of the major sector within the UK, including importers, national retailers, and leading restaurants. All the confirmed buyers are listed on our event page, which I've put a link at the bottom of this slide. And then my favorite, another QR code here that you can scan, and it will take you directly to this dedicated page. But really, in summary, about this buyer's report, the DWWA is a wine competition. It's as the wines are tasted blind. This reviews everything that's inside the bottle, so the wine quality itself. But the buyer's report has a difference here. This critically reviews everything that's outside the bottle here, which can really help bridge that gap that sometimes appears when trying to break into a new market. So that brings me to the end of this short presentation here. Just aside from providing you with a few extra details of how you can get in touch with us at Decanter, whether it's via our editorial or tastings teams, events, awards, advertising, or marketing teams. Unfortunately, I don't quite have the time to go through the opportunities of how to work with us across the magazine and online with our tastings opportunities, but I have put a link to our media pack at the bottom of this slide here for reference. But yes, finally, thank you very much for attending. I hope I was able to provide a small snapshot into the world of Decanter and to our World Wine Awards. And yes, enjoy the rest of the program. There's some really fantastic speakers and topics for you all today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Before you go, just one question. So what do you think Moldovan, Romanian and Bulgarian winemakers should do in order to be different, in order to stand out on the UK market?
In the UK market difference, I mean, from the World Wine Awards, I mean, the results that we've been receiving have been really, really positive. It really has been about the diversity of the wine styles that are being produced here from these countries. I mean, in particular, Moldova, the two best in show that won in 2020, it was a Cabernet Sauvignon Rosé and white Viorica, indigenous variety. So after speaking with these judges, they've been really impressed by the freshness and the balance really across these styles. I think within the UK, I mean, we're very lucky to have a really thriving independent merchant scene where wines from these countries can really make a name for themselves and be sold to, hand sold particularly to curious consumers who really want to try something new and exciting. I mean, retailers and importers that I can think of in the UK, Tanners, Wanderlust Wine, Corny and Barrow, they really do have some fabulous, interesting wines from these nations. But I mean, I think in terms of opportunity, I mean, there is an awareness piece that does need to be done here. I mean, the average wine consumer won't necessarily know much about these wines. So I think it's just to really embrace the amazing diversity, the history and the heritage of these nations and the wines that they produce. And really kind of maximizing on that, really. And then, I mean, I'll probably say as well, the buyer's report that we have launched as well is very much a report that will help these producers improve their presence in the UK. A number of our buying panel that we do have, they know the market inside out. They're experts in the field, and a lot of them are very much experts on Eastern European wines. And they really know what sells and what doesn't really. But I think that the future's looking incredibly bright for these nations. These wines are fantastic. They're entered into the World Wine Awards. So long may that continue, and consumers can see more of these on the shop shelves.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we hope that the future of Moldovan, Romanian and Bulgarian wines is bright. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
And I'm very glad to invite on this stage our next speaker, who had the courage to accept our invitation and came physically to Moldova, Mr. Gergely Zolnocki from Germany, from Heisenheim University. He will talk about the economic importance of the wine tourism and the effect it suffered from coronavirus.
Thank you very much, Alina, for a kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the wine tourism session, let's say. My name is Gergely Zolnocki from the Heisenheim University, and the next approximately 15 minutes I'm going to talk about the importance of wine tourism and, of course, the effect of COVID in the last 1.5 years. Maybe at this stage, a big thank you to the team who organized this conference. After so many months sitting at home and giving online presentations, now the time came and I'm on the stage again, which is a great pleasure and good feeling. So, actually, I'm going to talk about a little bit at the beginning about principles and basics of wine tourism. Then I'm going to touch upon the economic impact, how much money are you able to generate with wine tourism. Then, of course, we can't avoid the effect of the big C, which happened in the last 1.5 years, so Corona and the effect. And I'm going to finish my presentation with some further future trends in the future. So, what is wine tourism? Wine tourism is actually a subcategory of gastronomy tourism, and gastronomy tourism again is a subcategory of tourism. So as you can see here, we're talking about a niche market, which is still tiny, small one. So don't make a mistake and think this is the most important thing. But for wine lovers, it can be or might be very interesting stuff. Let's take the definition by the dinosaurs of wine tourism research, Mr. Hall, Professor Hall from New Zealand, who said wine tourism is visiting wineries, vineyards, wine festivals, wine shows, where the primary motivation is wine. So please allow me at this stage that I extend a little bit this definition, and I say wine tourists are all actually who visits a winery, yeah? But depending on how much wine they have on their mind, and I'm talking here about involvement, we have two categories. The primary wine tourist, this is what Hall also mentioned in his study, but we have also a second group, this is called secondary wine tourist. They're not very interested in wine, they are not into wine, but by chance or for whatever reason, they visited a winery. And they play also an important role, believe me. We conducted a survey just to find out also how big is the share of primary and secondary wine tourists in German wine regions. And we interviewed more than 4,400 tourists in all 30 wine regions. What we found is that the share of those who haven't visited a winery is really huge, because again, wine tourism is a niche market, yeah? So more than 70%, but still we have approximately 1/4 of the total visitors of wine region, 27%, they said they visited a winery, and depending on what they said, whether wine was important for them, we label them as primary wine tourists, and those who said wine was not important, but for whatever reason, again, I visited the winery, we label them as secondary wine tourists. And also here, I think extending the share of primary wine tourists is not so easy. So not so easy to convince people they are not very interested in wine to increase their knowledge or increase their interest. But talking about the secondary wine tourists, I think that could be a chance because the opportunity is huge. We have 73% they haven't visited a winery in the wine region. For them, or from this sector, we could convert people and convince people to get and to become secondary wine tourists. So again, for the future, I think it's a huge chance. Let's talk about economy importance, which is actually how much money can I earn with wine tourism. And these numbers you can see here, they are related to general tourism worldwide and in Germany before Corona pandemic, yeah? So what you can see here, lots of money. We're talking about here about lots of money, yeah? And here you can see some models, some scientific publications where scientists try to figure out, try to quantify actually the wine tourism expenditures, how much money they can earn. And Germany is missing from this list, so that was the reason we created our model, and based on these 4,400 wine tourists we interviewed some years ago, we calculated the gross turnover for wine regions by calculating the number of visitors for 1 year, so annually, and also recording the expenses, here talking about accommodation, buying food, gastronomy, buying gifts, and of course buying wine in the region during the stay of the tourist. So what we see, and these are already the results, yeah? What we see, primary wine tourists, they spend much more money actually per day compared to secondary and non-wine tourists. And the biggest part where they spend more money is actually gastronomy and of course buying wines. Secondary wine tourists, they are the second stage, and the non-wine tourists, let's say, I mean, we're talking about a high level of spendings, but still non-wine tourists, they are lower. So it means that primary wine tourists, they are most important in terms of earning money, of course, for wine regions, because they spend, they are willing to spend money for wine. This is also what we calculated, quite complicated and numbers. This is what we calculated for overnight stays and for day visitors, which is very important in tourism research, and for primary, secondary wine tourists. And we created also here, again, lots of numbers, to calculate not only the gross tourist spending, but also an income equivalent. What we can see here that wine tourism, and it means directly and indirectly, so not only buying wine, but spending money in the gastronomy, buying gifts, buying food in the supermarket, in the wine region, and so on. So all of this stuff, all of these spendings belong to this one. We're talking here about 5 billion euros, which is a huge amount of money. And just imagine this is one of the main part, or it could be one of the main part of rural development also in the future. And then support job of 71,000 people in Germany. Again, we're not talking here only about winemakers and cellar door and things like this, but waiters in the restaurant, bakeries, and so on. They are involved in this wine tourism circle. So, and this is what we created also for all of the 13 different wine-growing regions, calculating one by one which region earns more with tourists and which region earns more with wine tourists and so on. So this is the whole picture as a final results received with our survey. So life has changed. As already mentioned, 1.5 years long, when I gave a presentation, I did this from my office in an online version. So this is also not only the presentations, but also the whole tourism sector was influenced by this. This is a calculation, or this is a scenario development by UNWTO, which is the biggest tourism organization worldwide, and they try to figure out how tourism sector can go out of this huge gap of corona pandemic. And as you can see, there is a very optimistic calculation, which unfortunately didn't work. We have to wait and see what will happen in the future, because no one on this earth can prognose what will happen tomorrow or in 1 year, especially in the field of wine tourism. So we wanted to analyze also how wineries reacted on, talking about here about wine tourism, reacted on the pandemic and how they try to compensate to their losses. We conducted a global survey working together with wineries from the USA, Australia, Germany, Hungary, and Romania. It was a qualitative survey interviewing 70 wineries. And what we found out, there are 5 important survivor adaptation strategies wineries used in the last 1.5 years. And the first one is, of course, optimizing and using more significantly than before digital platforms. And it's, of course, online, selling wine online, which is also your job and within the framework of WINET. But here, an important factor is, for example, feeding the different social media channels with information. Then CRM database, so wineries, they were able to collect data and contact data from customers and consumers in the past. They had a huge advantage during the COVID pandemic because by using this database, they have a direct contact with consumers. Yeah? Virtual events, as already Alex from Decanter mentioned it, a huge boom in the last 1.5 years. Lots of wineries applied online wine tasting and other online events. So this is also something which I think won't disappear in the future. Then direct to consumer sales, calling them, writing them an email, offering wine online. It was also one way out of the pandemic, let's say. And then, of course, discounts, free delivery, value-added products, and so on. This was also one as an adaptation model of different wineries worldwide, just to compensate the losses caused by the COVID crisis. So the last part, please allow me to show you some further future trends, and this is my expectation, yeah, based on our research, based on different research of other factors, but I think some of them will happen in the near future. The first one, we suppose that tourism generally, but also wine tourism, will be more individual. Yeah? What you can see here is caravan or a bicycle, riding a bicycle, especially also e-bicycles and so on for the older generation. This is what was not very important in the past, but because of COVID, the importance increased, and we don't think so that it will end the mass tourism. So in 2 or 3 or 20 years, there will be still all you can eat, or you can drink holiday for families and so on. But I think when we have been talking about individual tourism, then wine tourism there has a very special role and very special space, because this is individuality, tasting wine as a secondary wine tourism mainly. This is something special. The other one is local tourism. Because of COVID in the last 1.5 years, there were some regions, there were some countries, because of the restrictions, they were not allowed to travel abroad or something like this. And then, instead of traveling abroad, they decided to discover their own regions, yeah, or other regions, but within the country, yeah. So, and then in this case, biodiversity, landscape, and also gastronomy in the certain region also play an important role. Digitalization, online events, as I already mentioned, but also new technologies like virtual reality, augmented reality. This is not the future anymore. This is the right now happening in this moment. We had different wineries, different organizations just trying out how it works with consumers and with travelers. And then talking about this one and taking the sustainable aspect of wine tourism, just imagine when all of these people, they don't travel to wineries to participate in wine tasting, but they stay at home and enjoying online the wine tastings. There should be a huge effect of CO2 footprint, yeah, later on. And then, as I already mentioned, I really do believe that sustainable wine tourism is one of the key words of the future. It's not only organic, but also general sustainable. It's not only the production sustainable, but also the wine tourism offers could be sustainable. And the small car at the very end of the list should represent the autonomous driving. What we found out in our research, 80% of our tourists we interviewed, of these 4,400 tourists we interviewed, they came by car to the winery. Yeah? Just imagine the situation. There are strict regulations in certain countries, for example in Hungary or South Africa, where the drivers are not allowed to drink. Yeah? And then by autonomous driving, the problem will be solved because all members of the cars, they go to A and B and C as a winery, they are allowed to drink. Yeah? So far about wine tourism, and I brought some small gifts to you. There are 3 publications we brought in the market the last month. The one is International Scientific Journal Sustainability, where we started a special issue. Then in the middle you can see a book we just published some months ago, and last week we won the OIV prize, the book prize, with this book, and a final report about online wine tastings. All of these publications are free of charge. Even the book with 25 chapters and 350 pages, you are very welcome to download them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gergely. Thank you very much, Gergely. I have a few questions, if you don't mind. You've mentioned primary and secondary wine tourists. What are their motivation? How do we convince them to stay? And are there any difference between them?
Yeah. So there are, of course, differences in terms of motivation. Primary wine tourists, wine, of course, yeah. Secondary wine tourists, there's a mixture of different motivation, and wine doesn't play an important role, interestingly. But talking about those who visited the winery and those who visited generally a wine-growing region, the main motivation factors are nature, so landscape, gastronomy, and also relaxation. Yeah? And then, of course, for primary wine tourists, mainly wine. For secondary wine tourists, these are the reasons. But what we realized that wine tourism is not only because of wine, even for primary wine tourists, but because of this combination of different seeing and enjoying nice landscape, enjoying food, enjoying wine in a combination.
And one more question regarding the digitalization, and you've mentioned the sustainability. Are they important for wine tourism development?
Yeah, thank you for this question. I think they are not only important, they are the most important factors, if you allow me to use this term, because as I already mentioned, this is what the future will bring. Sustainability, digitalization is not only in tourism, not only in wine tourism, but generally in all industry sectors. And I think wine tourism will get a lot of advantages by implementing sustainable wine tourism offers and at the same time also digital wine tourism offers.
Thank you very much for joining us here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like now to invite our next speaker. Please welcome Mr. Joe Fattorini, wine expert, writer, very famous for his very successful TV show, The Wine Show. Hello. Hi, Joe, can you hear us? We can hear you.
Aha, there, yes, yeah. I can hear you.
Welcome.
How nice to see you all. Thank you for having me along.
Very, very good. Thank you.
I will kick off. Hello, everybody. My name is Joe Fattorini. You're very kind to go and introduce me that way. I do present The Wine Show. We filmed in Moldova a few years ago. So I have considerable experience of not only the country, but the wine trade. But actually, I'm a wine merchant. That's my job. I've never really been a full-time TV presenter. And my day job today is, well, revolutionizing wine merchanting in an online space. But there's a theme that I'd love to take you through, which is that, yes, I work with computers. And yes, I work with some very interesting ideas that I'm going to share with you, but actually it is about our business and the people within it and maintaining some of the truths and the integrity of what it is about our business. And as we move into Wine Online, you will be tempted by all sorts of interesting promises that technology and different ideas can bring. Actually, we are pretty good at selling wine. Where the real opportunity comes from is translating 8,000 years of history into a different sphere. What do we mean? Well, here we go. I'll click through. We are in the fourth stage of a major transformation. We've seen a series of key disruptions that have happened to our business, and we've seen it in wine. These are generally the big retailing disruptions. We start with department stores. That's very much around the age of the train. We then move into mail order. My own family were in the mail order business in the UK. They migrated from Italy, went to the United Kingdom, and their business was building up catalogues. That's with that growth of the postal service, and particularly in the United States and the UK and Western Europe. The third big change in retailing through the 1980s, 90s, noughties has been in big box retailers. We actually saw this in wine. So in many countries, you saw the growth of big mega wine shops. That's built around the motor car. Now we're in that fourth big disruption, e-commerce. E-commerce was coming. It was changing. Where it's really been disrupted is in the course of the last 18 months, which has, in many cases, we saw e-commerce adoption within wine. It accelerated as much in 3 months as it had done in the previous 10 years. It was a huge change. It's also been long enough to lock that change in. It takes 40 days to acquire a habit. We've had 18 months of people shopping in a different way. Now, it's more than just there was that change, because the wine business itself, the way we make wine and what wine means to us, has not changed. It is built around an 8,000-year history, around the land, around the seasons. It's still a very seasonal business, a very traditional business. And people love that. So wine itself is the same thing. What people love about wine is the same thing. The mechanism by which they discover it and interact with it has changed dramatically. So we mustn't forget what it is that makes wine special. It's us, it's you. But we are all evolved in a very different relationship with the wine business. So the movement to wine online has had changes that come together across all 4 parts of our business. So consumers, regular wine drinkers, can interact with wine very differently through digital transformation. We talked about it today. Wineries themselves can have a relationship directly with consumers in a way that they never could. Gatekeepers themselves have been not been removed, but they play a different role now. Wholesalers are able to interact with consumers and are able to understand consumer behavior in a way that they never could previously. The acquisition of data. And of course, retailers don't just retail out of their shops. They don't just retail through mail order. They retail directly to consumers in totally different ways through their mobile phone. Now, if we have a look at what these changes have looked like, you can see a few of the numbers here. Globally, across just the last 3 years, we've gone from customer interactions that are digital going from 20% through to 58%. And of course, in some particular markets, particularly the United States, that's accelerated to 2/3 of digital customer interactions being, customer interactions being digital, particularly driven around the COVID-19 crisis. So we've seen this huge shift in the way that people will react. We will not expect it to go back to the levels. It was climbing already. This has simply accelerated it. And so it's become this phrase, the new normal. People are very used to going and interacting digitally. They do lots of other things digitally. There has been this reliance now on having things delivered, not only actually to yourself, but having things delivered to other people. It also comes with it a much greater expectation. People expect your service to be very good. They expect your communication to be better. They are themselves working in different ways. They're working from home. I'm working from home. I have now worked from home for the thick end of 2 years. The way that people are interacting is often different. So certainly wine events, wine tourism even has become remote. In a sense, there are now businesses that are allowing people to interact with wine regions and wine producers as if they were there, and yet they're doing it in their own home. We do have some challenges, though. People, as they are at home, are changing their priorities. There's an increased look at our own health, how healthy we are. But we can see that a number of companies have come out of this. These are just some of them. Zoom was a tertiary business before. I mean, who used Zoom really before the pandemic? It was actually just as sensible a solution to conferencing then as it was now. But it's the way our perception of the world has changed. Certainly in America, Instacart is worth looking at, DoorDash. Clubhouse is interestingly a business that's entirely grown out of Zoom, and there's some question as to whether that will survive. And businesses like TikTok. Interestingly, these are also your competitors. They are routes to success, but you are arguing now for a share of that attention economy against TikTok or through TikTok, much more than you are, in a sense, going and arguing that your wines compete with, let's say, wines from Australia or wines from North America. So we have a little bit of an insight here. What we have seen is that the way that people are changing, the way people are buying has changed. Some of these early movements relate very much to the direct-to-consumer movement in the United States. But what we're seeing is that's moving across into the United Kingdom. It's showing there's a shift in the relationship people have with wineries. So we've got a quote up here from Macmillan for the Silicon Valley wine report. That's fascinating thing to look at. Before the pandemic, fundamentally, sales are around 10% of total revenue direct from wineries. That's now doubling. So wineries themselves aren't just selling through retail markets, they're selling direct to consumers. In the UK, where we've seen the growth of a UK domestic wine business, what we've seen is this huge increase that wineries, around a third of winery sales, are either going out of their cellar door or they're going online in online sales. The thing that's stopping people selling even more is the structure of the market. But if that market structure was to change, then everything else would change. People want to be able to not only buy direct from wineries, but have a closer relationship with wineries. People want to know who it is that they're buying from. We've just got some little bits here. Retailers themselves have changed. This is wine.com. They've got a huge customer base in the United States. And you can see that they were more than doubling their revenues that were going through, largely because of the influence of the pandemic. Now, just to come back to, I suppose, in a sense, some of the solutions that I'm working on at the moment that I hope you will embrace, but also that I think apply to you as you are looking at whatever stage you are in the wine business in how to go and deal with this fundamental shift in the landscape of how you're selling wine. This is a guy, Colonel John Boyd. He had a famous quote. He was a great business thinker as well as an Air Force test pilot. And one of his great lines is people, ideas, and machines. In that order, that as we embrace new technology, the thing not to do is to go, this technology does an amazing thing. What should we do with it? And who should we get to go and execute that? Actually, that's the wrong way around. What we should do is bring together interesting people, people you trust, people who you think have interesting ideas. Get them together and look at what those ideas are. What is the idea that is going to go and transform your business? Right, how do machines help us go and execute that? That's the order it should go in. Then we go to the chief technology officer or the engineer, and we say to them, how will this modern technology help us to go and achieve this goal? Excuse me, I'm just jumping through the slides here. We could look at it, and we do look at it in this sort of order. There are people, there are processes, and there are programs, but that is the order that you go through. What we have to do is to stop saying this program looks like it's a really cool thing. How can we apply this to our business, and who do we recruit to go and bring that in? And we've seen where people have lost a lot of money, actually, is that they go the wrong way round. You need good teams of people who go, actually, I think this is the way we can scale this up. Right, what's the program that goes and helps us do it? I belong to a team of fantastic people. So I have joined a business called Pix, and it actually just started as a group of people. This is actually not quite all of us. Amongst the things that are at the heart of bringing together teams of people, this is a team of people that brings together traditional wine merchants. should point out my last job before joining a technology company was in the oldest wine merchant in the world, we think, Berry Brothers and Rudd. A very traditional business, but one that's been selling wine for more than 300 years. So it must know something, and we did know something about what made wine sales successful. And before that, I was a bag-carrying wine merchant, and as it happens, a journalist around it. We've got people like Erica Ducey, who's an extraordinary talent and commissioning editor in the world of wine publishing. Matt Franklin is our CTO. But actually, he's a wine-loving CTO. Paul Mabray, who is our chief executive officer, is a futurist. He's somebody who spent years with ideas, a very charismatic person with ideas about transforming wine online. When you look at the team below, it is important for the benefit of those ideas that you attract as many people from different backgrounds. More than half our team is women. Well, more than half of wine consumers are women. It actually makes sense to go and build a team that reflects that reality. So here is our sort of leadership team. We've got Paul at the top. There's me down at the bottom, flanked by Erica on one side and Felicity Carter, who you may know from Meininger's Wine Business International on the other. The reason I wanted to show you them, Paul and I sit in the middle. We're very much trade people. What we're building, as you'll see, is a commercial platform to go and sell wine. What we have attached to it is an editorial platform to talk about wine, a publication that's called The Drop. That sits editorially independent from us. At the beginning, I was talking about how we have to tell our stories. Well, we've associated ourselves. We're linked to a platform that does nothing but tell stories, tells those fabulous wine stories that people have loved, that people come on wine tourism to visit and discuss. So what we brought together is this. It's an online platform. It opens up its beta test in about a week in the United States. It'll then become progressively more complex, lots of enhancements. We'll go to the United Kingdom. It'll move into a mobile app on your phone. It will grow. It'll do all sorts of things. It has one job, which is to pair users, people, with bottles that bring them joy, as we put it. Between you and me in this audience, it's kind of like a wine Google, a specialist search engine that helps people through the benefit of technology and through behavioral science and through other means to go and find wines that are going to excite them, to discover interesting wines they might not have necessarily known about before, but that will bring them joy. And this is broadly what it looks like. What we built around that very basic team of people was a series of ideas. So we said, well, what if a wine platform looked a bit more like Google than looked like a marketplace like Amazon? There are a number of platforms that look a bit like Amazon. We said, well, what if it looked slightly different to that? We then came up with other ideas. Now, none of these come out of the technology. If you look at the bottom, one of our ideas was, what if you tried to describe every wine on the platform in 3 words? Now, there's a whole series of problems. I have to tell you, it's very hard to apply 3 words to every wine on the platform when your starting inventory is 250,000 wines. So we're starting roughly with 4,000 retailers, 250,000 wines, and about 50 million different ways of buying those wines. It's really hard to go and scale that up, but you have to start somewhere. What would those 3 words look like? So we then went away and we thought about those 3 words and we tested those 3 words. What we found was that certainly in our early hypothesis, the 3 words have to do 3 different things. This you may find useful yourself. One of them, and the most powerful way of getting people to click through, is not to describe what a wine tastes of or how you use it, but how does it feel? What's the texture of the wine? We run tests all the time like this, not only on our beta test, but also through Google searches and other proxy mechanisms. And what we found was that the best way of getting somebody to click through, and let's face it, our job is to turn shoppers into buyers of your wine, is to go and describe the texture of a wine. So across the bottom there, we have zippy, rich, complex. Now, I have to tell you, one of the things that we have as a hypothesis, I don't know if this is true, those are also sort of words that certainly in English could describe a person. Most wine texture words, elegant, can also describe people. It humanizes the wine. Well, I'm elegant, I'll click through. I would like to be rich, I'll click through. So we then describe a wine in terms of what it tastes like. That matters. The Decanter World Wine Awards explains to us that that matters. People want to know what wine tastes of. So we put that in. That's probably a slightly slower, psychologically, that seems to be a slightly slower, more logical process. Emotions that are trapped up in feelings are very quick. They work in a very fast part of our brains. But then people want to say, yeah, I like wines that are smoky, toasty, have tropical fruit. And then we say, this is sort of the context of this wine. Before, there was the question to Alex about how do you, as producers in Moldova, Romania, Bulgaria, wherever, what can you do to go and help make your wines relevant for people? One of the things is tell them where this makes their life better. How does this wine improve their life in the context of their life? This is great summer drinking. This is a nice wine if you want to impress someone at dinner. This is a special gift sort of wine. It can also be something about yourself. This is made by a female winemaker. This is organic. This is biodynamic. These are things that contextualize the wine and make it sensible. If you just have a look at the top, we also realized that we had to go and make this very relevant for people. Lots of platforms in the past, they will build around a single metric. Who's the cheapest person that sells this wine? I think that's terrible. I think it undervalues the work you do as wine producers. I think it undervalues the value we add to wine in the way we talk about it and telling stories, all the things we do to try and make wine add more to somebody's life. And we say, and this is the guy who happens to be able to go and get away with selling it cheapest. So we don't do that. We give away the 4 top search results for free. And the number 1 is you can buy it direct from the producer where that is possible. And we give that away for free and we highlight it. We say this person is the closest retailer to you who sells this wine. And we give that away for free too. And we say this person will deliver it fastest to you. And that's given away for free. And we say this person also has the best value. With some caveats. Within our platform, we don't take people who do this bait and switch. They claim to have it, and when you click on it, they don't, but there's another vintage, or it's a bit more expensive. Those sorts of bad practices, we say no. Now, I should also point out, pretty much everything else is free as well. If I'm a wine retailer, it is free for me to list my wines on Pix, our platform. If I am a wine shopper, it is free to me to go and search for wines on Pix, exactly like Google. And if I click through, we don't take a fee. I don't take a charge or a subscription. They buy it on the retailer's website for free. We don't charge anything at all. The way we make our money, and actually we don't do it yet because we haven't built this up, but the way we will make our money is exactly the same as Google. And you will see right in the middle of your screen, there's a little sort of bluey green tag there, sponsored listings. So if you as a producer, doesn't need to be a retailer, if you as a producer would like to sit at the front of that conversation that is happening between wine retailers who stock your wine and the wine customer who wants to buy it, you are able to leap over their heads and make sure that your wines are sitting there and that people will know where to buy it close to them, who will deliver it, who is the best value. Then we built up lots of processes. This is the complex stuff that we go and do. So after that, it's really hard to make all this happen, but there are ways to do it. So we have these people, we have an interesting idea, we convert that into the processes that build this up. This is the real nitty-gritty. This is where it gets complicated. Customer roadmaps, working through iterations, saying, right, let's try this with 10 people. Or with 10 wines. Okay, it worked with 10 wines. Does it work with 100 wines? Does it now work with 1,000 wines? Because we have to scale these tasks up, and we've got some interesting things that we've learned on the road. One of the processes that we have built up is what happens when people come into the into searches. I can give away 2 or 3 interesting bits. This is particularly from a report by Google. If you look at the top right, one of the big changes we've seen, and this is a macro change, certainly across the UK and the US and probably globally, is a decline in the number of people who are searching for things that are cheap. More and more people are searching for things that are the best. The best is not the same as the cheap. The best is contextual. It's the best inner context. And we've seen a gradual rise of people looking for things, saying, I want the best such and such in its class. We've taken that away. One of the things we're building are a bit like if you go shopping for Audible or Netflix. Netflix will say, here is a class of films. These are the best films that are science fiction, or these are the best films that are documentaries. It then might break that down. These are the best space science fiction. These are the best historic science fiction. These are the best fantasy science fiction. It might say these are the best sports documentaries. So we're, again, applying some of these lessons and going, well, what works for Netflix? What works for Etsy, the platform that does crafts? What works for Audible, the audio book people? What works for Open Table, the restaurant platform? And looking at how do we apply this general lesson? People are looking for the best rather than the cheapest. And how do we create structures that then allow people to find your wine because it is the best autochthonous grape variety award winner through the Decanter World Wine Awards? Ah, that's interesting. Right. It's got a Decanter World Wine Award. It's an autochthonous grape variety. It does brilliant wine tourism. All of these are features that we can build into the structures that we then give to wine lovers to convince them to buy. Just look to the bottom left, the circular thing there. One thing we know, and this has been a very interesting piece of research, is that the way people go and shop is not how we think it is. We tend to think it's a linear process. People start at the top, they come in a funnel like that, and they gradually come down, and eventually they say, right, Fetiashka Regala, I'm going to buy that. That looks interesting. It's not how it works. What happens is what's known as the messy middle. People go out looking for a wine. They have a vague idea, a trigger. I want wine for this, I want wine for that. I'm looking for an interesting grape variety. I've heard that Fetiashka Regalo is very good. I've heard that I would really just quite like a good value red that I can watch TV with, or white. They come in, they explore. So they go into a loop where they explore different options. And then eventually they find something that they think is good, and they loop into an evaluation phase. So they go, does this answer my problem? The job to be done in this case. Now, sometimes it does, and they purchase it, but sometimes it doesn't. What we have to do is allow them to go back into exploring again. In our own platform, what we've done is we allow people to explore through lots of different things, through the categories that we highlight, through the way that we flag wines with their tags, all of these bits and pieces. Then we get them to the point where they can evaluate. Do you want to buy it from the cheapest person, the nearest person, the producer themselves, the person who'll deliver it to you? To be honest, if it's not quite right, I'd rather they go back into exploring again, which is why we then say, here are some alternatives. If you like this, you may like such and such else. It's not to try and persuade people away from the choice. It's if that wine absolutely at that point is not exactly what they're looking for, I'd like them to get in and maybe choose somebody else's Fetiashka Regala. Maybe choose another different grape variety, because some days that will be you. And we use, if you look at the bottom right-hand side, a whole series of behavioral science heuristics, so category heuristics, the category of, the power of now. Buy this today, because actually it might not be here tomorrow. Fear of missing out. Social proof. So-and-so likes this, what we sometimes call mimetic desire. One tool we don't use are consumer reviews. We don't believe, and in fact, there's a lot of evidence that consumer reviews are not a particularly good category heuristic, but scarcity bias really is. So critical reviewers do. Scarcity bias works, it might run out. This person, we have a master of wine who does lots of this. A master of wine says this is really good. The Decanter World Wine Awards says this is really good. That really appeals to people. And the power of free. Buy 11 bottles, get one free. That really, really matters. And you can see we built it into our own platform. We have built a platform that costs nothing to join. All you need to do is to send us a feed, you're there. You need never pay Pix a penny. You could be on it for life and never pay a penny. That's absolutely fine. And that's very appealing to people. And then we've got to build it around this question of remote engagement. One of the things we will move into, and this is this question of how do we help you as producers not only sell your wine on Pix, but also engage with people, creating experiences that you can then promote through your pages. I'd love to go and have ideas of how that might work. We have lots of different programs, so at that point we then go away. I can tell you that our machine is built around a graph database. It's an artificially intelligent machine learning graph database. We've built in all sorts of curious features. I know more than I ever thought I'd know about Markov chains and nodes and edges and Monte Carlo processes and all sorts of things like that than I ever thought I needed to know. The point is this comes at the end of the process. It's not this thing of saying, here's an amazing piece of technology, what does it do? You might wonder, well, what's the other way around? I'll give you an example. I don't think that taste apps are a particularly good idea. I think what happens is people say, I've got a piece of technology that is able to go and aggregate what you say you like and tell you a wine that matches that. And actually they do it. It's quite clever. You answer some questions and it says you are the sort of person who likes Merlot. But that's not built around human experience. Who drinks Merlot on their own? We buy wine to share. That's a kind of human truth. It's an 8,000-year-old human truth. We don't all sit going, well, I'll drink Merlot, you drink Sangiovese, you over there can go and drink whatever it is, Ricascitelli, because the computer tells us. We go, I'm opening a bottle of wine and let's all share it. And today I drink Merlot. Tomorrow I'm eating something different. I'll have Sangiovese. The day after I'm going to have something different. I'll drink Sauvignon Blanc. The technology should not lead how we talk to people. We should lead it and then say to the technology, give me the answer. So for us, we're looking and saying, people like to share wine with other folk. So how do we build technology that says these are great wines to go and have at dinner parties? That's the way we build it out. How do we build human actors who do human recommendations, which are way beyond what even the most clever artificially intelligent machine can do? How do we build them so we can scale their advice up? Just so if anybody's interested, you can read the works of Judea Pearl. Computers don't know why we make choices. All they know is that choices correlate. That, on the whole, happens at the same time as that. They do it much better than we do. They do it brilliantly. They don't know why. Humans, whilst we can't correlate at scale, we know why. Causal relationships. Computers don't have that. They will, actually. We are working on that at the moment. Not we, but people are working on that at the moment. But we still need people to say, why does wine sales go up at Christmas? Because we love to be with our families at Christmas. That's why. The computer just thinks if every day was Christmas, we'd sell a lot more wine. Research and development really, and putting money into that fuels innovation. We have put a lot of money into research and development. We think of research and development as being a technical thing. You should be doing research and development. Research and development is the simple task of going and running different adverts or advertisements on Google Shopping for your own wine to go and see which ones get people to click through the most, and using those words to promote your own wine. That's research and development. It's actually not very much. It could be $200, 200 euros, whatever it would be. Let's just go and buy 200 euros worth of commercials, of little ads, of one-liners, just to get people to click through. You don't need to be your own wine. It could be a blog post that you've written. And let's go and describe it in two different ways, like we do. Let's describe it using texture words and flavor words. And what you find out is that twice as many people click through on the texture words than on the flavor words. That's research and development, and it fuels innovation because then you can describe your wines better. You can connect with your customers better. Now, one of the things that I should point out, because of some suspect, I hope some of you are thinking, how could I come and join such a thing as Pix? Well, we'd welcome you very much. We welcome you as producers. So we welcome producers, importers, distributors, and retailers. Now, ultimately, what we need is retailers where they can buy the wine. Some of your wines may already appear on Pix. We can enrich that content with other data. What we have is a number of bespoke connections, platforms like 7, Shopify, City Hive, also things like Salsify, if anybody uses that. But actually, I can go and work with you pretty much no matter what your platform is. We can convert to create feeds that will put your information as a producer into our system, so that then when somebody finds your wine, it sits higher up, because we reward richer listings, much the same way that Google does, and people are more likely to go and buy. These are some of the apps that you will see out there. We are one of many. We believe that we have a strong case. I think you should be looking at all of these different partners. Drizzly does a thing. Some of the Drizzly and Vivino will both take a cut of the fee. They're fundamentally the person who transacts with the customer rather than you. One of the things that we do is we try and build up so that you or the retailer owns that customer relationship. That's a different way of looking at it. But these are some of the areas of real growth. These, if you like, are the big box retailers of the future. The routes to customer eyeballs. Yes, key supermarkets are important. Actually, these are really important. And please get in touch. I'd love to go and talk to you more. If you get in touch, I'll take you through what the platform is. I'll go and give you more of an introduction. It might not be me, it might be my partner, Ginny. She takes through an awful lot of these calls. Keep in touch. These are how you get in touch with me. We have trade@pix.wine is our sort of key email address, but joe@pix.wine gets you through to me, and find me on Twitter, Joe Fattorini. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Joe. It indeed was very interesting presentation and very useful one. You shared some very, very good ideas. Thank you. I have a question now. So what, can you name 3 things Moldovan, Romanian and Bulgarian wine producing companies can do right now to become more successful online?
Yeah, I can, I think. One of the first things is to spend a bit of time actually going and looking at your technology. Many wine businesses suffer, and this is not just you, this is the largest wine businesses in the world, suffer from what we sometimes call a digital debt. If you look at other sectors of industry, they have already invested not just money, actually, but time and effort and the thought process into what do I want to go and do online. I'll give you a very basic example. In order to be successful through the global supply chain, pretty much everybody needs to be able to easily get access to plain bottle photos, clear information about your wine, a third-party tasting note. So not one that says, we did this, we did that, but one that said, this wine is, this wine tastes of, and that doesn't describe the wine in terms of whether the barrels that you used or, you know, when you fermented. It's one that says, in a consumer way, this wine tastes of these things, is delicious with such and such. It characterizes, you know, this part of our region. So having that sort of information in an easily digestible, easily transmittable form, not PDFs, because somebody has to type that out, something that they can suck out, talking to people about that. And in fairness, not just you doing it, but entire regions doing it, entire countries doing it. So what we're already seeing is whole regions who are successful because everybody collectively has pulled all their information together, and all the bottle shops are there, all the wine names are there, all the great varieties are there, all the key pieces of information can be moved simply. That is the sort of work that makes you much easier to deal with and much more attractive over the long term. Then we sort of work into things like, right, how do I make myself attractive to people? That is through websites and so on. Remember, a lot of people will come and say social media. I do lots of social media. You need a TikTok account. You need this, that, and the other. Communication is a very small part of one small part of a tactical section of the entire marketing mix. It's probably about 5% of what you need to go and do. It's very, very small. It's a little bit. Actually having a decent website that just tells the basic story, that has all your wines on it, is a really important thing, way before investing money in Instagram or anything like that. And then the third, come and join PIX. I mean, seriously, we have major aspirations. We've got a remarkable team of people. We have some significant money to go and make this into a big thing. I genuinely, and it's not like I'm trying to sell you anything actually, because it's totally free. So there's no downside to coming and joining PIX.
Thank you very much. It was indeed a very interesting presentation, and I hope we will see you soon back in Moldova to visit us again.
Love to.
And now I would like to welcome our next speaker. She is originally from Moldova, and I'm very proud that our colleague is very successful businesswoman. Please welcome the founder of the Wineries project, Diana Isaac. Diana. Yes.
I'm back now.
Welcome.
Thank you. Joe and I, honestly, Joe, you and I need a crash course in Zoom, I think. I think it's the fact that we've done far too many of these is becoming a little bit much. But I am so grateful, and thank you so much for letting me be part of the conference. It is such a shame. I was in Moldova only 2 weeks ago, and it is rather sad that I've missed it. However, I have promised Joe, and he has promised me that we will be coming back to Moldova in the next 12 months, and we will be taking it by storm. So that's our promise to you here. I would like to talk to you a little bit today about a part of the business that I run. As many of you will know, Winerist Limited is a platform that specializes in wine travel. We take great pride in what we do. We work with suppliers all around the world. We work with vineyards, wine hotels, and tour operators. However, Winerist also has a technological business on the side, so we're a travel technology company also. And during the year prior to the pandemic, and obviously during the pandemic also, we have developed a tool that is called Winerist Go. And it is Winerist Go that I would like to talk to you about today. So I'm going to share my screen. I believe this is how it works. So can everybody see my screen? Perfect. So as you already know, the Winerist story was born in Moldova. So my interaction with wine tourism at the beginning was very much in my beloved country. I grew up stomping grapes with my grandfather. Then as life took me to the UK, I went through various jobs that did not make me particularly happy. And then I ended up in wine and wine travel. It was during a trip actually to a wine destination that I came up with the idea for Winerist. And Winerist, put very simply, is connecting tourists and vineyards all around the world. So everybody that we work with at the moment has just one goal. One, to ensure that our customers have the best experience. Two, to ensure that our suppliers, our providers, in this case the wineries, are happy with the way that the system runs, and that that the customers and the partners have the best possible experience. And ultimately, our goal is to make sure that our wineries, our winemakers, increase their wine sales, because we all know that at the end of the day, wine tourism is about bringing that experience, and it's about ensuring that the vineyards and the winemakers can put their wines in front of the consumer. Now, the pandemic has obviously made a lot of changes in our industry. One thing that is very clear, or has become very clear, is that our world obviously has had to learn to work very differently. We have seen that during the pandemic, more and more of our wineries were trying to come online, and we're trying to bring their product to the consumer to make sure that they have that interaction, be it through virtual tools, be it through experiences online, be it through sales online, as Joe has mentioned. And As the pandemic has started to ease and borders had started to open, we started seeing that wine travel has grown by 30%. The interest in wine travel has grown by 30%. This comes from various studies that were published by companies like Skift and Airbnb. So if anyone is interested in this data, you can contact me directly. But ultimately, what we have seen is that all of a sudden, the interest for wine travel is growing, and it was only natural because at the end of the day, wine travel offers you the luxury of being outdoors the vast majority of the time, or it offers you the luxury of being able to do groups, visits in smaller groups, unlike, let's say, the Louvre or the Eiffel Tower, where obviously you're constantly surrounded by people and there are crowds everywhere. So we have seen that unlike city tourism and urban tourism, wine travel has seen just a constant boost, and that growth has continued throughout the year. We partnered with Airbnb and are currently their trusted partner and only partner for wine travel experiences connected into their system. And what we have seen with companies like Airbnb and TripAdvisor, with whom we're also working, we have seen that consumers have opted for experiences outdoors in over 75% of booking inquiries. So not only were the customers who were coming to wineries.com interested in our activities, but also our third-party partner experiences that were connected through these systems were constantly growing, which posed some problems for us in terms of lack of availability, but it also made us completely rethink the way that we are positioning our product in this changing world. As I've said, Airbnb, which is a company that has historically taken so much pride in hosting food experiences within apartments, let's say at a personal home in Barcelona or at a personal house somewhere in Andalusia, they've seen that the shift has been completely away from that. So the Airbnb experience part of the business is now fully, almost entirely focused on bringing more and more experiences outdoors. As you can see here, this is one of my favorite pictures taken by a professional photographer of Moldovan food, and this is very representative. So if this picture doesn't make you want to go to Moldova, I don't know what else will. Now, during the pandemic, what did we miss the most? We've missed people, obviously, and experiences, as we know, are always about people. It is one of my biggest moments of pride, and it is the same for my entire team, but it is such a great joy that in this industry, in wine tourism, we are always interacting with the most incredible people. There are no individuals out there in the world who are going to be talking about their product with so much love and dedication. And it is always very important for us that we help the winemakers and we help our tour guides that are working in this industry, because we know how difficult it is to make wine. We know how difficult it is to run a wine hotel. And most importantly, we understand that it is very important for them that they continue to generate revenue and that they optimize those costs and they make it easier and easier for them to welcome those guests and offer the most incredible wine experience for them. So even before the pandemic, we were seeing that 75% of the wineries accepting tourists don't place their tours online. What does it mean? That even the biggest wineries out there, some of the most popular vineyards in the world, are not able to actually take bookings online. So you'd come to the winery website, let's say one of the most famous wineries in Burgundy, you'd come to their website and you'd find there an email address which says, if you're interested in a tour with us, please send us an email. Now, in the vast majority of cases, when we're talking about wine tourism and wine tourists more specifically, they tend to be the type of customers that book very last minute. They only figure out more or less what they want to do once they're in location. So obviously, when they're in Burgundy or when they are let's say in Moldova, and they want to book a tour, they want to do it there and then. So to have to send an email, to have to place a call, it is always very complicated. And then we have to talk about, obviously, the elephant in the room and about the fact that there is almost always a language barrier, especially if we're talking about the small and medium-sized wineries and small and medium-sized wine hotels. One of the charms about going and visiting these places is the fact that the vast majority of the cases, they don't speak perfect English, but they offer you the perfect experience. So then there's always the breakdown in communication. There's the issue of not being able to understand each other, and there is a constant delay within bookings. So ultimately, we are then going on to the next problem, which is also the fact that it is very challenging for wine lovers to not only discover and visit, but also to buy the wines from the winery. Why? Because once you have made a call and made a reservation, it is very difficult for the winery to then call you back because they won't have your number, or to get organized and find your email in the entire database of emails to then email you and say, hey, we'd like for you to buy our wine. These are the wines that you have tasted. We think that you have liked X, Y, Z. Here is the list, and this is where you can find them in the UK or in the United States, which is where you're from. So as a result, we're dealing with a very big problem within the industry. Whilst other suppliers and other major tourist attractions all around the world are able to connect online and are able to offer their experiences online and have come and made the step to become more digital and more present, the wineries, unfortunately, are still lagging behind. And this is the major problem that we have been trying to solve over the past few years. This is a very, very pretty picture to showcase the difference between hotels and city tours and activities, and obviously rural tourism. It is very interesting, but within the tours and activity space, and when it comes to hotels, there are so many systems that are offering you the opportunity to work online and to plug your tours very easily. With rural tourism and with activities like chateau visits and cooking experiences in the countryside, we are struggling a little bit, and this space is one that has not been as explored by technology companies that are offering online solutions. So let's talk a little bit more specifically about the problem. Receiving and confirming bookings is the major problem. What does it mean? Confirming bookings is time-consuming, phone, email. No-show reservations lead to loss of revenue. What does it mean? The vast majority of, in the amount of cases that we've heard from wineries where they say, somebody called us last week, they made a booking for 30 people for today, and today they just didn't show up because we didn't take the money from them over the phone, or we didn't take a deposit. And obviously, we've opened the wine, we've made the food, and they just did not turn up, and there is absolutely no way that we can hold them accountable. This happens a lot in the industry, and the more we keep on taking bookings on over the phone, and the less we take deposits and payments upfront, the more likely we are that we are going to be becoming across this problem. Improper use of workers' time. You could have people working on other things like digitalization, your website, making your wine available online, your Instagram page, creating some content for your platform. Instead, you have a lot of the time wineries have staff that just sits there, picks up the phone, responds to emails, tries to get all those emails organized, and so on and so forth. The aim is that we move away from that. And then obviously the final thing is limited room for sales growth. That means that it is very, very difficult to scale. It is very difficult to think beyond the current remit of what you do as a wine tourism organization. So the solution, as I said, there are companies out there that have tried to make changes, and that have tried to bring platforms to the players in the wine travel sector. And Winerist Limited has done exactly that. So in 2019, just before the pandemic, in February, we launched a system called Winerist.Go. At the time when we launched the system and the pandemic hit, we were very concerned, as you can imagine. We were very worried about the fact that the world was coming to hold, and we were not going to be able to move as fast a pace as we wanted to. However, we were proven very wrong. It was really interesting to see that within the industry, there were individuals and there were players that understood that the pandemic and this time was to be used wisely, and was to be used in a way in which it was going to make things extremely efficient for them. So we've had suppliers that have moved away from sitting in their room and contemplating about the fact that there is a pandemic happening, and they have used this time wisely by ensuring that their product was better, i.e. they've changed their tools, and then what they've done is they have installed systems like this one. Wineries Go ultimately is a calendar. It works like Booking.com. There are other companies like Wineries Go out there. However, our system is the one that has been built with the winemaker and with the wine hotel in mind. So what Wineries Go does is it allows you to confirm bookings 24/7 without any hassle. It allows for guaranteed payments upon booking. So you can take your money instantly. It hits your bank account. You don't have to worry about raising invoices. There is absolutely no drama there. You can grow your revenue and collect customer data. What does it mean? You have full access to the data of your customers, their name, their email, their phone number, what tour they went on, so you know exactly what kind of wine you need to sell them once they have finished their visit. And most importantly, the platform is integrated. So if you are a player that has a winery as well as a wine hotel, or if you're a player that is a tour operator that has a winery, has a wine hotel, a restaurant, does events, and so on and so forth, Wineries Go is able to offer you access to a system that caters for all of your needs. And as I said, this has the wine travel player in mind, and we have built it with you in mind. And our team is constantly looking for feedback and constantly seeking ways to improve it. In terms of how the system works, we call it a booking calendar, but what it really is, it's a real-time availability calendar. And it is real-time availability that we put always in the spotlight. The reason why we talk about it so much is because real-time availability is just as important as being able to sell your wine online. So without real-time availability, you simply cannot access the type of consumer that you want at the moment that you want them. And more importantly, you can't form a relationship with them, because at the end of the day, you want to have as much information about them so that you can give them access to everything that you do once they have left your winery. So once the customer has come to you, they went on your tour, they then need to buy your wine, then they need to receive communication from you on a regular basis in the form of MailChimp emails, or they need to be invited to events that you're hosting. And this is particularly important in regions like Moldova. Obviously, I could have talked to you today about other destinations, but today is about my beautiful home country, Moldova, and it is about showing you how some of the major players in wine tourism have turned things around and have implemented our booking tool onto their website. This is Milești Mici. They're the holder of the Guinness World Record for the largest underground cellars, and for those of you that haven't visited, I highly recommend that you do. Milești Mici was one of the early adopters of our system, and it is a project that we have worked on in close connection with MCP, and it was with their support that we were able to bring companies like Milești Mici on board. But most importantly, what we've done in Moldova is we have integrated with a local payment system. And it is a trend that we are going to continue following in regions like Argentina, South Africa, where payments like PayPal and Stripe are not accepted. So in Moldova, this is what we do. Our system is offering vineyards access to a simple booking calendar. As you can see here, you can select the date, you can then select the time, you select the language, the number of people that you'd like to go on that trip. And the main thing with this is that the pricing is dynamic. So once somebody has chosen a tour, they can see instantly the cost of the tour. The client is then prompted onto a page where they pay. The payments are integrated with a company called WINET, which is a local business, similar to Stripe in the way that they work. And once the transaction has taken place, the customer receives a confirmation. Milești Mici receives a confirmation, and the customer is ready to go on tour. Milești Mici has the information about that client, and everyone is happy. Another resort that we work with is Eco Resort Butuceni, where we do a slightly different type of work. We help them sell their hotel rooms, their master classes, and their restaurants. And here, similar to what we do with Milești Mici, we give them access to our calendar so that they can take bookings ahead, so they can take payments ahead, and make sure that they're safeguarded against those no-shows. Castel Mimi is a great point of joy and pride for myself and our technology team as well, because here we, beyond being able to offer wine tours and activities, we're also now selling events, helping them sell events. What does that mean? It means that beyond the usual tours and activities that they place on the website or the rooms, you can now also, through our system, sell tickets. So as you can see here, you can manage things like capacity for your event. Again, you have dynamic pricing. You can keep track of the tickets that have been sold. As you can see, here is a QR code that can be easily checked and tracked, and the customers can come to the event. They're easily let in, and companies like Castel Mimi don't have the hassle of having to cut things off a spreadsheet and have to follow through emails to find the information about their particular customer. Here are some things that people are saying in Moldova, and it is again really important for us that we use this as an example. Milești Mici, for example, have said that they have recorded an increase of 30% in the number of tourists after integrating the booking widget onto their website. This is a huge increase, and it's something that we keep on going back to. It just showcases how a simple tweak, a simple system like Wineries Go can change things around for you and can make things so much better for you and for your team, not only saving time, but also increasing your sales so that at the end of the day, you can create such a positive impact across the business as a whole. What next? Obviously, we will keep on growing Wineries Go. We will keep on adding more and more wineries, not just in Moldova, but also all around the world. We currently work in Italy, Portugal, Spain. Our company is global, and Moldova is a very important part of our work. However, the vast majority of our business on a global scale is conducted in regions like Portugal and France, obviously. And what we'd like to do is we'd like to see more of you coming on, and we'd like to have more conversations with you about how Wineries Go can help your business. And not just that, but how can Winerist help you understand how your wine travel needs can be fulfilled, and the role that we can play there. Here are our contact details. I'm sure that the organizers will forward the presentation on to you. And then obviously, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. We indeed have a question for you from the audience. Our guest, Gergely, has a question. Yes, please, Gergely.
Diana, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation and a great idea as a startup for business. I've got not only one, I've got three questions. Let's start with the first one. It's easy to understand, I think, with how many wineries do you work together right now? The second one, what is your communication strategy? So how do you reach potential people that would use this platform? Second question. And the third one, what is actually, or what are the differences when you compare your platform with winetourism.com from Sweden? These three questions. Thank you.
Okay, so your first question is we work with about 350 wineries around the world. We are quite unique in the sense that we are a platform that not only offers the technology, but we also offer the marketing tools and also the sales tools. So once you are registered on Wineries Go and your tours are available online, we are then more incentivized to sell your experiences online. So what does it mean? Once you offer real-time availability, wineries.com will also be able to sell more of your experiences. Because one of the rules of our business is that we will work with vineyards, but only if they offer real-time availability, because we are such a small and extremely focused team that we don't have a call center picking up phone calls and responding to inquiries about a vineyard somewhere in let's say the the center of Spain and trying to get availability on a 30 euro tour. So it is really important for us that we work with only those suppliers that are available in real time, one, and that they are positioned in a way in which they can take our experience, they can take the needs of our platform, i.e. once the customer comes to wineries.com, they need to be able to find the tour, they need to book that tour, they need to be able to make the payment, and that's it. If they want to cancel the tour, they go into their account, they cancel the tour. The winery is notified if there is a cancellation policy or if there is a charge because the cancellation is too late, then the winery still gets their money. So in terms of how are we different from the platform in Sweden and many others, we are quite unique because we not only do we offer the technology, but we also offer the marketplace. So by being on Winerist Go, you also can improve your sales by accessing the customers from wineries.com. But in addition to that, we also have a marketing side to our business. So we have a marketing agency. So we work one-to-one with vineyards, and we do anything from helping wineries build their websites. So for example, the Mimi website, if you have seen it, that was built by us. We also help wineries with their digital marketing strategies. So we can help them with anything from how to build their blog to how to work with Instagram. We also work with tourism boards. So rather than just being removed from everything else, we are extremely focused on wine tourism. We work with the tourism board. We select the wineries that the tourism board is trying to promote. We select the hotels. We select the tour operators. And because of that, we have a fully all-encompassing approach. We are extremely focused on making sure that everything that is wine travel related can come back to us. And we will continue doing that, and hopefully at a much faster pace now that the pandemic is coming to an end.
Thank you so much, Diana. It was very interesting. Your presentation was very effective, and I think you answered the Gergelis questions in very detailed way. Thank you. And our next speaker is also a specialist in wine tourism. I am glad to invite on this stage the head of tourism department from Moldovan Investment Agency, Mr. Andrei Kistol.
Bună ziua!
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the colleagues from the WINET project for this opportunity. Indeed, in this small panel, we have discussed and addressed a number of options for the development of the wine growing and wine making tourism, and which would be the opportunities for the development of the wine tourism. I would like to present you the governmental institution, Invest Moldova Agency, which is responsible for implementing the state's policies in the area of tourism and promote tourism in the Republic of Moldova, both here in the Republic of Moldova as well as abroad. Today, I will speak in this brief presentation of mine. I will speak about the touristic potential of the Republic of Moldova from the perspective of the vine and wine tourism. And a number of elements have been presented already by Diana and by other colleagues who spoke before, and I'm glad that the vine and wine tourism of Moldova is connected to international and regional development platforms and networks. As I was saying, Invest Moldova Agency has the mandate of promoting and developing tourism in the Republic of Moldova. So several elements about the Republic of Moldova which are already known. So one of the elements, heritage elements of Moldova is wine tourism and the wineries that represent the national heritage of the Republic of Moldova and which represent at the same time the main tourist destinations of the Republic of Moldova. So what we should know about the Republic of Moldova is, well, several elements which define the Republic of Moldova. And as far as you can see, one of them is the fact that the Republic of Moldova is part of top 10 global wine destination with regard to wine tourism. Therefore, the potential that we have in the Republic of Moldova is worth being known, being tested, if we were to speak in wine terms, and is worth being promoted. As I was saying, the Invest Moldova agency has the mandate of promoting tourism, and one of the and a way of ensuring that is external campaigns. In March this year, we have launched a new campaign for tourism promotion and repositioning the tourist offer on the regional market. We have launched this campaign, Moldova, a place to find yourself. It was targeting Romanian and Ukrainian markets. So we have tried to promote as much as possible the national tourist offer on these two important markets. The last two actions that we have implemented were several promotion spots which had been implemented within the framework of this campaign, and one of them had been implemented in Milești Mici, where we have tried to give a new dimension of tourist development in these wineries, because we see a big potential for diversifying touristic offer for these wineries. Also, the investment agency, being the institution that is responsible for promoting tourist offer and the national tourist potential within the framework of Dubai Expo 2020. On the stand in Dubai Expo, we shall also expose the most important, or the main wineries in the Republic of Moldova, which are also the most important tourist destinations of the Republic of Moldova. So on these billboards, which will be exposed at the stand of the Republic of Moldova, will have these wineries be represented and what they mean actually for the Republic of Moldova. So a few statistics. We have made a brief assessment of the situation before the pandemic and during the pandemic. As far as you can see, the largest share of tourists visiting Moldova are the neighboring countries. This is why we have focused our tourist promotion campaign on the proximity element, the neighboring countries or the region, countries in the region, but also at the level of the strategy and promotion. The Invest Moldova agency, together with the World Bank, is finalizing a tourism segmentation survey that would allow us to build our marketing and promotion strategy in the future on the basis of certain assessments that we are conducting now, that will give us the possibility to identify the countries of destination and target countries for external promotion, as well as the portrait or the model of a tourist who can come to the Republic of Moldova and should come to visit Moldova. This is why for the next year we would like that this segmentation survey that we'll implement alongside with a new tourist development program will give a new impetus to the development of tourism in Moldova. These are the main elements which define the national tourist offer, and as far as you can see, wine and gastronomy represents one of the first and one of the most important niches for developing tourism in the Republic of Moldova, along with the heritage and spirituality, multi-ethnic elements. So when I was speaking about the Republic of Moldova, I was saying that the Republic of Moldova is the country where we have a plenitude of representation of the national minorities, and that actually defines and should represent a tourism development element in the Republic of Moldova. So here is the culture and history rural life, adventure, and nostalgic tourism element. And of course, in the last years, one defining role was to develop the demise element. In one of the wineries, this way of developing tourism is actually a defining one. As I was saying, wine and gastronomy, and I will refer mainly to this element because this represents the thematic of today's event. So some elements that had been broadly discussed already within the framework of this event. I was referring to the description of the Republic of Moldova, or what represents us as a country. We have already mentioned the Krikova galleries, or the fact that Milești Mici is in the record book as regards its wine collection, and as the element, the National Wine Day, or the event which somehow crowns or gives the possibility, a new possibility to the companies in the Republic of Moldova to promote their touristic offer. So out of these 199 companies, wineries, 32 already give the possibility to tourists to visit them, and tourists can taste wines which are presented by them. I was very glad to see in Diana's presentation that there are some certain wineries that communicate with the international tourist networks, and this is really cheering, and I'm very hopeful that this interaction between the providers of touristic services outside of the Republic of Moldova have as many contacts with these wineries from Moldova as possible. Also, the Republic of Moldova is part of one of the cultural roots of the Council of Europe. This was achieved thanks to the also engagement of the Moldova Invest Agency, and the agency intends to become part of the cultural route of the Council of Europe, and I hope that this will give a development impetus to tourism in the Republic of Moldova. So a little bit of a description of the wine industry in Moldova. So here we have three large regions which characterize somehow the wines in Moldova. We have the Codru region, Ștefan Vodă region, and Valul lui Traian region. And so here we have the highest concentration of touristic offer of the Republic of Moldova, and we also have the highest number of tourists who come visit these wineries. And lately, an interesting element which gave a new dimension to the wine industry and wine tourism is actually urban wine life element. And actually very many wineries have opened vinoteques in the city, in the capital, giving the possibility to organize different cultural events or different events to present wines presented by these, produced by these companies. We hope very much that this new dimension of tourism development, wine tourism development, would give an impetus to attracting tourists to the Republic of Moldova. And these large wineries that represent the top of the largest tourist destinations in Moldova organize different events which are factors to attract foreign tourists and to diversify the offer which they represent. Even if we are a pandemic year, or 2020 was a pandemic year, these events had been organized and these tourist destinations have diversified their offer and came up with new products for tourism, in particular domestic tourism, but they represent the potential for attracting tourists from outside of the Republic of Moldova. all these elements would be included by the Invest Moldova agency into a cultural agenda. So they would represent also the tourist offer for 2020 as well. So we hope very much that these destinations, tourist destinations, represent the point for developing internal tourism and attract as many tourists to the Republic of Moldova as possible. As I was saying, we have an extraordinary potential. We are a country with the most interesting galleries that can be visited here in Moldova, but we also have a lot of elements of innovation, creativity, which make the tourist offer of Moldova be as varied as possible and as attractive as possible for foreign tourists. That was my brief presentation of the tourist offer and the touristic potential which we have here in the Republic of Moldova. I am very glad that the investment agency, Invest Moldova agency, managed to position this segment of wine tourism into the top of our priorities, so that we strongly believe that these destinations represent real offers for tourism, whether proximity or international tourism. Thank you very much.
We are going to the final stage of our WINET conference, and this was all for the second panel of the WINET cross-border conference. Thank you very much to all our speakers for their inspiring and very interesting presentation. And now I would like to offer this stage to our colleague from Romania, WINET project manager, Mrs. Georgiana Tudora.
Hello, everybody. My name is Georgiana Tudora. I am the project manager of WINET. First of all, let me thank you for being here, and let me tell you how pleased I am that we finally got the chance to be organizing the WINET conference, which is the project's most important dissemination and networking event. The panel I am hosting today is called WINET Project at the End, Overcoming the Challenges of the Pandemic Crisis, during which we shall discuss about the project's key results and about the main challenges that we have faced during the implementation. Therefore, I am inviting our first speaker, Mrs. Elena Olejnic-Slivinsky, which is the Deputy General Director of Invest Moldova and also my co-manager during this quite difficult project, especially because of the crisis. Please, Elena.
Thank you very much, Georgiana. Thank you. During the next couple of minutes, ladies and gentlemen, I will capture your attention and will talk to you about the WINET key project outcomes. WINET Trade and Innovation in Wine Industry is an EU-funded cross-border project from the Black Sea Basin that covers 3 countries, Romania, Bulgaria, and Moldova. On this map, you can see that Moldova is covered integrally by this project, whereas from Romania we have 6 counties, and from Bulgaria 2 big regions. It is important to mention that the Black Sea Basin Program, the Joint Operational Program for 2014-2020 is co-financed by the European Union through the European Neighbourhood Instrument and the neighbouring countries from the Black Sea Basin. The program priority is to increase cross-border trade opportunities and modernize the agricultural and connected sectors. The implementation period of the project is from the 5th of April 2019 until the 5th of November 2021. The total value of the project is €686,996,000. The project's main aim is to increase cooperation in the wine sector by creating cross-border links which will lead to viable business relations and thus extend trade and ease cooperation, mutual promotion and exchange of best practices, constant modernization of production and marketing strategies. The project approach is based on a network of modern technologies that are in line with current trades and supported also by the wine sector development strategies within the three participating countries. The goal of the project is to create a common network that unifies over 175 stakeholders from the wine industry by engaging them in joint activities. The network is supported and enhanced in the online environment by a trade platform that covers and allows for collaboration, cooperation, and trading operations by creating presentation pages for wineries and other target group, exchange experience, best practices, and knowledge. Here I'd like to show you the network of actors that comprises over 175 of stakeholders. So we have a total of 121 producing companies and wineries, 22 national, local, regional, and public authorities, 17 interest groups, including NGOs, 10 research centers, representatives of IT and higher education, 3 business support organizations, and 3 sectoral agencies. Now I'd like to tell you about the key project outcomes. Firstly, we have a white paper. Next comes the IT platform, best practices exchange visits, WINET conference, and trade forums. Let's start with the first outcome, the white paper, named Wine Industry in the Black Sea Basin, Present and Prospects. At the beginning of the project, each country realized and conducted an initial study of its country of origin. All the 3 studies for each country were combined and a white paper resulted at the end. This white paper covers the main topics such as relevant actors in the wine sector, description, contact, interest, availability to cooperate, a SWOT analysis of existing links and collaboration initiatives among these actors, local and cross-border, institutional framework of a wine sector, analysis of a wine production, production potential and sales trends, as well as a separate chapter is dedicated to the wine tourism. It's important to mention that the elaborated information was used to identify potential network members from the list of relevant actors in the wine sector and to identify the best means of interaction among these network members in order to create the IT platform. Our team of experts were able to approach wineries based on the geographically protected regions. So in Moldova we have 3 regions like Valul of Traian, Ștefan Vodă, and Codru. In the end, we were able to select around 50 wineries with whom we intensively worked throughout the implementation of the project. While the IT platform was created, we signed the collaboration protocols based on the defined selection criteria. Some of these selection criteria were the following. The winery has to produce wine bottles, export them in European Union, and have the wine bottles adjusted to EU legislation. Following the signature of collaboration protocols, we introduced information on the IT platform. This information related to company overview, their products and services, the price, available stock, the distribution of network and points of sale, be it national or international, the contact details to the sales representatives. All the information was translated in 3 languages, and it is quarterly updated. In the end, you can access even now the WINET.wine platform and navigate it. This is the final result. Here you can see that on the left side we have a filter by country, region, winery, category, type of wine, year, variety. And the information presented is given here as an example. The other output of a project, which is considered to be a very precious one, is the Best Practices Exchange Program. Here I'd like to say that overall, there were organized 3 networking and dissemination events. Around 60 stakeholders participated during these best practices and dissemination events, and in total 19 best practices exchange visits were organized. The main aim of these best practices was to promote the WINET, to allow participants to meet and network in order to establish communication and cooperation channel, to engage in joint activities and trade, and to promote the wine products and services. You can see some of the photos from the best practice exchange programs organized in Bulgaria. And same applies for the best practices programs organized in Romania. As my colleague Georgiana said, the WINET conference is one of the main networking and dissemination events, and we are proud to host today this conference in Moldova. It's important to mention that the conference is being under the patronage of International Organization of Wine and Wine. It has unlimited online viewers, that's why we opted to have it more in an online form. We have over 8 international speakers and global professionals, and today we have 8 countries on a single stage. The main goal of the WINET conference is to have a high degree of promotion, networking, raising awareness to allow participants to meet and network in order to establish communication and cooperation channel, engage in joint activities and initiatives, and enhance trade relations. To sum up, the impact following the implementation of the WINET project is 1. Increased trade and cooperation, 2. Boosting wine exports, 3. Promote the wine sector, and last but not least, improve the exchange of knowledge. In terms of sustainability and continuity of the WINET project after the implementation period, we hope for an expansion of the WINET platform by attracting new organizations from the project implementation region or other countries from the Black Sea Basin to adhere to our network. And as a next step could be the launch of an e-trade component to allow the commercialization of wine products online and extend it globally. We invite you to engage and trade via the WINET platform. I would like to thank you for your attention, and if you have any other questions, please address them to Invest Moldova Agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Okay, so I am now inviting Mr. Cosmin Zah, who is the General Manager of Next Generation Business, the developer of our WINET platform.
Hello. My name is Cosmin Zah. Thank you, Georgiana, for the introduction. I am the General Manager of Next Generation Business, and we were the ones that have developed the WINET.wine platform. In very few words about us, we are a company that deals in the development of web and mobile platforms, implementing IT systems in both public and private sectors, everything from working with small, medium businesses, public administration, education, and training. I'll be very short because partially both Elena and other speakers have presented similar things. WINET.wine is a platform that allows for the promotion of both products and services offered by the wineries which are enrolled in the platform. It has a part for the mobile app available on Android and iOS, which allows for the enrollment in events organized within the WINET.wine platform, and also has a backend which is dedicated to enlisted wineries and allows them to gives them instruments to modify their profile and to promote their services, their tourist offers, and as well, of course, their products, their wines. In the front end, we have, as I said, a section dedicated to products, one which is dedicated to wineries, and for each winery we have information about what products do they have, what services do they offer, if they offer tourist attractions, and information about the partners supporting the project, as well as events organized either by the enrolled wineries or by the project partners, and a section dedicated to news, informations, articles on the wine industry in the 3 countries. The mobile app, as I said, is available in both App Store and Google Play. It gives access to users to register to events. It gives the users the possibility to order and to place orders for wines or for other services which are enlisted by the wineries. The idea of the system was to be self-sustainable and also to allow it to extend easily after the project closing. So in the back end, we have developed instruments for the wineries to be able to add products themselves, to be able to edit and modify their information profiles, to be able to manage received orders or to place orders to other producers which are enlisted. The platform is not, as Elena said earlier, this would be a next step. The platform is not a trade per se platform. It's not an e-commerce platform. It's a place where producers can meet and they can see what other types of wines or what other producers are there enrolled. They can place orders. They can communicate on the order, but no payments are being made. And as I said, this is all supported by the platform. No supplementary steps are needed from the platform administrators. In numbers, we have over 100 companies from Moldova, Romania, and Bulgaria which are registered and which have enlisted products and services. And we have over 900 wine products registered right now. Some of them with full descriptions, some of them with less description, but it's a very good starting point. Of course, WINET.wine, please follow up, and we are open to any suggestions and improvements.
Okay, thank you, Cosmin, for your presentation.
Thank you.
And I do have one question. So, considering that Invest Moldova now has a useful tool that she owns, what do you think should be the next step in further developing it?
I think that the next step should be to allow transactions, so to allow also end users, customers, to buy from the enlisted producers, not just the trade and collaboration among producers.
Thank you very much. We are now online with our next speaker, which is Ms. Svetoslava Pavlova, which is an expert in international cooperation from the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Stara Zagora, our Bulgarian partner. And she will be talking about the project implementation and results for Bulgaria.
Thank you.
Hello.
Anna. Hi. Hello, do you hear me?
Hi, Svetoslava. Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Hello, Svetoslava. Can you hear us?
Yes, Georgiana, hello. Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, and I give you the word, please.
Okay, thank you. Dear participant in the WINET conference, dear partners, dear guests, good afternoon. My name is Svetoslava Pavlova, and I'm an expert at the Chamber of Commerce and Industry Stara Zagora, Bulgaria, one of the partners organization of the WINET project. First of all, I would like to use the opportunity to congratulate the Invest Moldova agency and the team of the WINET project for having this very successful cross-border conference in Chisinau, Moldova today. This conference provided a valuable forum for the wine industry and all interested groups. The objective of the conference and the WINET project itself is aiming at increasing the capacity and professional experience in this sector, in the wine sector, and to widen the possibilities to promote and export wine products, helping wineries to implement self-sustainable and continuously growing strategy, and also helping them to go through the digital transformation of the wine industry. We consider the WINET platform as an important instrument for the wine industry, and we look forward to exploring the further avenues of collaboration and engagements between the three countries in this field. After you have been introduced with the WINET project from the project manager Elena Olienic and with the WINET platform, my presentation will include a short overview of the wine sector in Bulgaria and the implemented WINET project activity in Bulgaria. As a wine country, Bulgaria is geographically divided into 5 wine-producing regions. Each one has its own specific characteristics. You can see it here on the map, there are 5 Danube plains: Thracian Valley, Rose Valley, Black Sea Coast, and Struma Valley. For the project purposes, only 3 of these regions, Black Sea Coast, part of Rose Valley, and Thracian lowlands, are included and represented in the WINET network. According to the European Union schemes of geographical indication and traditional specialties known as PVO and PGI, there are 2 main viticulture and enology regions for production of PGE wines. These are the Thracian Valley and Danube Plain. And there are 55 areas for manufacture of PGO wines that are produced according to the highest quality control standards to guarantee the quality of a product. To have a better understanding of the situation in the wine industry in Bulgaria, I will present you some quantitative data for the production of grape and wine in Bulgaria. The areas with wines in 2020 in Bulgaria were around 47,000 hectares, of which around 29,000 hectares were harvested. The produced grapes decreased by 11% compared to the 2019. Processed grapes from the vineyards, you can see the number is around 115,000 tons. And you can see also the distribution of the produced wines in the industrial conditions divided to categories. PGO wines comprises less than 1% of the total produced wines, which is extremely low percentage. PGI wines are 43% of the total produced wine. And other wines, including varietal wines, are presented by 56% of the total produced wines. Centuries-old history, traditions, and the great ambitions, these are the key features of the Bulgarian wine business. Along with the production of the local and traditional markets and entry into new international markets, a number of boutique wineries have been trying to bring Bulgaria's wines culture to an even higher level in recent years by developing wine tourism in newly built chateaus. By doing so, Bulgaria has created all the preconditions to become one of the most recognizable European wine destinations. Fertile soil and sunny hilly terrain make much of the territory of Bulgaria perfect for the cultivation of number of local and quality world-class grape varieties. The history of winemaking in Bulgaria began even before the foundation of the country in 681 year. The Thracian tribes who inhabited the territories of between the Danube River, the Black and the White Seas, considered wine as a sacred drink. They drank during rituals in various artifacts such as jars and wine glasses still have high archaeological and cultural value. The foundation of the modern wine industry in Bulgaria was laid in the early 19th century with the establishment of cooperatives for growing wine grapes. The development of large areas of local varieties such as Mavrut, Gamza, Rubin, Melnik, Famik, Dimiatka, Rutsuda, and others began and gradually started production of a world famous varieties such as Merlot, Cabernet, Chardonnay, Sauvignon Blanc. After the fall of the communism regime, was followed the years of agricultural reform, and today the wine sector is being restored to its previous position of prominence and gradually expanding and is looking boldly to the future. There are now dozens of exquisite and romantic wine destinations across the country, from small boutique wineries to large French-style chateaus, all of which are opened their doors for visitors. There are around 330 wineries in Bulgaria, and around 30 of them are developing tourism services. That was a short history of the wine industry and wine tourism in Bulgaria. And now I will move my presentation to the result and implemented WINET project activities in Bulgaria. One of the main project activity is targeted to a creation of a network of relevant actors in the wine sector from the 3 countries. And as it was previously presented from the project manager, Elena Olenic. And the WINET network in Bulgaria includes members which are presented by 38 SMEs and 2 big enterprises. Their profiles can be viewed on the WINET platform that was also presented previously by the previous speaker. Apart from the wineries in the WINET network, there are several regional and local authorities, sectoral agencies, NGOs, universities and research organizations, business associations in the region that are considered as partners organization of the network. They have a key role for implementing the policies and agricultural techniques, source for governmental support, providers of education and research activities for the wine sector in the country. Organization of the trade forum in each of the participating countries are also envisaged from the project, and their main objective are promotion of the WINET network, which allowed participants to meet and network in order to establish communication and cooperation channels, joint initiatives, and trade promotion relations. The first of these forums was organized in Bulgaria. WINET Trade Forum in Bulgaria was held on the 26th and 25th of September 2020 in Stara Zagora. A total of 55 representatives of the wine sector participated in the forum. There were representatives for wine producers, trade and related business sectors like retail, HoReCa, import and distribution, non-governmental organization, and wine touristic sector. The 2 days event started with a presentation on several topics, such as a presentation of the WINET project and WINET platform as an opportunity to become a member of the first international online network of wine producers and exporter that is unifying companies from the Black Sea Basin region. There were presentations for the experience of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Forestry in Bulgaria for the financial support that is allowed for the wine sector is in Bulgaria. The role of certification to increase quality services in the wine tourism. Also, another interesting topic was how to create a wine destination in the Black Sea region and a modern digital tourist information centers. And another topic was the wine tourism and the wine brands and promotion and their promotion in the Black Sea region. The second day of the forum continued with the exhibition of the winemaking companies and the related HoReCa companies. The forum was highly related by the attendees who shared their future vision for the use and the good opportunities offered by the WINET network and the platform that will enable them to share and discover best practices, to receive in-depth guidance on effective policy implementation with governmental authorities from the three Black Sea countries. As well, we'll give valuable insights on wine industry benchmarking. The best practices exchange programs were another important part and output of the WINET project, which gave an opportunity for meeting, exchanging know-how between winemakers and WINET partner members from the three countries. The first visited country was Bulgaria. Representative of Moldovan winemaking companies, member of the WINET, visited Bulgaria for the period of 4 to 7 of July 2021. The tool proves to be very useful not only for the Moldovan team, but also for the Bulgarian wineries, which had the opportunity to discuss on many topics for the latest modernization trends in winemaking, to talk about the problems that are appeared in the pandemic situations, and to reflect on solutions that they have identified, as well to share different visions and ideas. Moldovan companies visited the district of Stara Zagora and a couple of wineries there, Better Half Garage Wines, Midaldare Estate, Alexandra Winery, and Eduardo Miroliu, and their trip continued to the beautiful seaside at the Bolchik resort. Moldova delegation has had the opportunity to taste the wines of a brand Queen's Winery House, located very close to the most important tourist attraction of the area, the Queen Mary's Castle, which was constructed in 1926 for the needs of Queen Marie of Romania. The visitor had a chance to discuss equipment and technologies, the methods used, the way production processes are organized, and the other topics of interest for the winemakers. You can see here some of the feedbacks that we have received from the participants from Moldova when they went back home. They were very pleased to had a chance to talk to small producers from Bulgaria, to exchange business ideas, to implement some of the marketing concepts that Bulgarian wineries are doing. They exchange about the methods of business models and gave each other improvement of ideas. And also they were focused on the development of touristic services and the strategies of visiting guests in the wineries. And also the other interesting thing that was one of the companies that they had a chance to see a method for maturing of wine in the clay vessels. The next exchange program was followed by the Moldovan visit in Bulgaria, was the Bulgarian delegation going to Romania, where they were hosted by the Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Agricultural Tulcha WINET project partner. The study started in the Cherna Voda city, in the Rasuvo winery, where the winemakers from the two countries discussed similarities and differences in wine growing and winemaking. After Rasuvo, the group visited Tantru winery located in the Cherna Voda as well, and Hamagnia winery and Baia village. The hosts presented their wine plantations as well as their winemaking facilities, talking about method and equipment used. The topics during the exchange visits were mainly for the wine growing method, wine production techniques, marketing, and exporting. Impressed by the experience, history, and some specifics of the Romanian winemakers, Bulgarian participants continued their trip to Moldova for the best practice exchange program in Moldova, hosted by the Invest Moldova agency. During the innovation in wine growing techniques related to production of high-quality wine exchange program, the WINET team from Moldova, represented by the project leader and deputy director of the Moldova Invest agency, Elena Ulenic, expert Stephanie Amandi, that we saw them, and Talina Fortunato, we saw them previously, presented success stories of Moldovan wineries and offered interesting insights into the local wine sector of Moldova to the WINET members from Bulgaria. The Moldovan Best Practice Exchange Program started with a visit to Chateau Purcari, where the Bulgarian delegation had the opportunity to discover beautiful landscapes, vineyards, and famous Negru de Purcari wine. The next stop was Milesti Mici Winery, where the group had also opportunity to discuss the winemaking methods and to have the chance to admire the golden collection included in Guinness World Records, reaching approximately 2 million bottles. Bulgarian group also visited the experimental plot of wine of Moldova, situated in the Saucheni commune. Two of the wine of Moldova projects were also represented to the guests, Best Grapes and Plave d'Or. The famous underground galleries of Privesc.Eu winery, with a length of 120 kilometers, was also a part of the program. The representative from Bulgaria were impressed of the logistic of this unique underground city and technologies used to produce classic sparkling wine according to the Championese method. The urban winery, Atu Winery, presented very interesting practice for a complete production cycle. Although it's a small production capacity, they convinced Atu Winery convinced the Bulgarian participants that they could compete with large wineries producing quality wines from indigenous grape varieties. Bulgarian group meet the enologists also from the Migdal where they admired the touristic complex in the style of French chateau. Wine is at the heart of Moldovan life. Moldova is number one in the world within the highest density of vineyards per capita. And the country has adopted the brand known as Wine of Moldova to unite all the wine producers within Republic of Moldova, and already won the place on the table of many international wine lovers. The brand is a symbol of Moldova wine industry, and that is the goal that each of the countries should aim to. The last, here you can see some of the quotes from Bulgarian impressions of the Bulgarian participants in the WINET exchange program. They were impressed by the strategy we have implemented for first for promotion, production of quality wines, and promotion the wine together as a region, and the marketing. Now the representative of Bulgarian companies have noticed that Moldova participated in the World Wine exhibitions and make a great promotions in the big wine competitions. And now they could see the product that is behind this promotion, and they were really impressed because this promotion cannot be marketing without a unique product. And also they were impressed of the indigenous varieties such as Petiasca that can be tasted only in Moldova. And for the local varieties, Moldova had great promotion strategy, encouraging growing and production of local wines. And this is very valuable approach that could be implemented in Bulgaria. Also, they have an opportunity to discover the distinct and unique character of Moldovan wine, which is a result of combination between the old winemaking traditions, professionalism, implementation of innovation in the production processes, investments, and amazing amount of work. And it was a really great experience for the Bulgarian companies. And the last exchange program took place in Bulgaria, where the 10 wineries from Romania, accompanied by the expert from the Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Agriculture of Tulcha, visit Bulgaria and participated in the Wine Best Practices Exchange program hosted by Chamber of Commerce and Industry Stara Zagora. The exchange visits were organized with relevant counterparts from Bulgaria by presenting the production facilities, discussing ways for improving products quality, modernization of techniques, possibilities for increasing collaboration and strength between the two countries. After these beautiful pictures and quite interesting experience programs, let's finalize the presentation with some closing words. Dr. Caroline Gilby and her book, The Wines of Bulgaria, Romania, and Moldova, proved to be the catalyst that gave room to discuss the possibilities for the three countries to work together and to create wine union. With the implementation of the WINET project and realization of the platform, we are firmly convinced that we have reached the main project objectives, increasing opportunities in cross-border trade through digital instruments of promotion, amplification of cooperation in the wine sector in the Black Sea Basin region, exchange of practices and modernization of the wine and agricultural sector. In the future, the three countries could develop sustainable and useful cooperation from which all could benefit, and the big winner of such a union will be mostly Moldovan, Romanian, and Bulgarian wines. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Svetoslava. I would like to ask you if you could please give us a few words about the impact of COVID on the wine industry in Bulgaria, and what are the trends of production, pricing, and consumption for the next year?
Yes. The pandemic has reduced by half the wine consumptions in Bulgaria, according to some data from the Executive Agency for the Wine in Bulgaria. Huge quantity of wine, approximately 83 million liters of wine, are stored and stocked in the cellars, and producers complain that the production costs are constantly rising. The pandemic and the closure of all the restaurant, HoReCa sectors, and restricted social life have reduced domestic consumption and also export about 30 to 40%. The sellers are prepared for the excellent 2021 harvest year, and they're expecting very high quality wines, and they're expecting that the prices will up to 20%. Also, this increase probably will be slower by the chance that the competitiveness and the possibilities of import the cheap wine from outside could slow down these trends. The other very important trend that the wine industry faced, and that we were talking on this conference, is that the most wine purchases now are going on online, and some of the wine retailers are reporting growth up to 300%, which indicates the importance of online trade and social medias as a place for selling online.
Thank you very much, Svetoslava. Our next guest is Mrs. Florentina Jelescu, who is the General Director of the Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture from Tulcha, our Romanian partner in the project. Florentina, ai cuvântul.
Thank you, Georgiana.
Honored representatives of the diplomatic corps, dear guests and dear colleagues, it is my honor to greet you on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture of Tulcea in my capacity as General Director, and thank you for your presence at the international conference, WINET, Commerce and Innovation in Wine Industry, a project which is funded by the European Union within the framework of the cooperation program in the Black Sea Basin, which is co-funded by Romanian government. As a representative of the Chamber of Commerce Tulcea, I can say that our organization is actively engaging in the implementation of the actions which refer to the assurance at the regional level of a solid business environment, cooperating with the institutions and public administration institutions at county level and local level, as well as with the regional structures, with a view to developing socio-economic development, including through the public-private partnerships. Thus, as a promoter of the entrepreneurs in the Tulcea County, we have engaged with all the necessary resources to ensure the success of this ambitious project, which is also interesting and beautiful, which had involved various aspects related to competition, tourism, business, as well as difficulties imposed by the pandemic. We were glad to participate at this for supporting this production in the sector, as well as in promoting our county in the entire region. We are part of a system, the wine system, which beautifully combines with the beauties of our regions and our connection with the with tourism. And I can tell you that now closer to the project. And the project being implemented in the southeastern region, a region which represents about 15% of the area of our country, which includes the of this region, Galați, Buzău, and other regions in the southeast. Our purpose is to enhance the cooperation in the wine area among the three regions that include at least minimum at least 175 companies in the project Romania is one of the main producers in the world, 13th in the country and 6th in Europe. After Italy, Spain, France, Germany, and Portugal, the products of the wine in our country being amounted to about 5 million hectoliters of wine. Lately, Romania had attracted many business people and wine buyers, and one of the reasons being the accessibility of the prices for vineyards and wines compared to other countries such as France, Germany, or Italy. So according to Eurostat data at the level of the European wine and wine sector, as regards the areas for vineyards, Romania ranks the 5th, registering about 6% of the total areas with vineyard in Europe. So the vine and wine sector in our country is managed by the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, while regulations on the quality of vineyards and wines is managed by the National Office for Vineyard and Wine Products, which is under the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. And looking at the southeastern region, where we have presented the project, we have 12 vineyards, and they represent 1/3 of the total number of vineyards. And we have 59 wineries there, and we have wines with appellation of origin and geographic indication wines as well. So the most representative varieties of wine grown in the region are Feteasca Regala, Muscato Tonel, Cabernet Sauvignon, Feteasca Românească, Grasa, Huncu Busuioaca, and Dalurile Moldovei. So the representative varieties for the hills of Dobrogea, Licotea, Gris, Muscato Tonel, Sauvignon Blanc, Cabernet Sauvignon, Pinot Noir, Merlot, and even Siracul. And on the terraces of the Danube, there are varieties such as Feteasca Regala and Feteasca Alba, Riesling, Italian Riesling, Pinot Gris, Pinot Blanc, Sauvignon, Chardonnay, Babasca Gris and Babasca Red, Muscato Tonel, Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, Neagra Drăgășani, Pinot Noir, and Rebau. So this is what we are doing here in this region, in the southeastern region of Romania. And we are happy that we were able to share with you our experience, our brothers through this. We shared the specific techniques and strategies for the developing of the vineyards, wine growing and wine making. We have been cooperating with the beneficiaries and of our counterpart in Stara Zagor. Actually, we are exchanging experiences, and this exchange of experiences is one of the best, most attractive element of our project, next to the platform which had been created, both ensuring the success of the project implemented by us. So thank you to all who were with us at this conference today. And also, officially, I would like to thank Elena Olejnik-Slivinsky for her engagement and for and also to our manager, project manager, Georgiana, the team in Bulgaria, and not last, to the entire team here in Tulcea, which made all possible to guarantee the success of the project. Well, I am glad that I'm with this project and with the team, which is so engaged. Thank you, Florentina. We also thank you.
The closing remarks, I would like to pass the lead to my colleague, Elena, but not before taking the chance to thank you again, all our speakers, not only for your input, but for the entire collaboration during the project. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I would like to thank you all for your presence, for the fact that you contributed to make our event today very successful and interesting. I would like to thank each speaker and particularly every of my single colleague for their implication, because without you, our conference wouldn't be so successful and interesting. Please keep up with our WINET platform, be part of our future events. We are waiting for your implication. And for those target groups who would like to be a member of WINET project, please write to Invest Moldova. We will be able to assist you and happy to help you. Thank you very much.